questions for you. Don't read too much into it either way. Sometimes everything is covered by your application materials, but if people do have questions for you, we want to make sure that we get to those so that board members have the information that they need to make a recommendation to the governor. Once we've concluded with asking you questions, you are welcome to sign off and leave the Zoom. You do not need to hang out all day. And once everyone is heard, the board will move into closed session, where we will then decide whether or not to recommend your application to the governor for a pardon. You need a majority support of board members present to have your application sent forward to the governor, and he will then decide to accept or reject your application. And either way, you'll be notified about a month or two from today's hearing about the outcome of your application. I know that many of you have been waiting quite a while, even just to get to the hearing. So we'll thank you for your patience just a little bit longer, but we want to make sure we get thorough recommendations to the governor. So we will go ahead and begin with our first applicant today for the board and move through that first group of folks in the 8:30 to 10 o'clock slot. If we get done before 10 o'clock, we will take a break before moving on to the next group, but we'll just try to stay on track. Okay, with that, our first applicant today is David Mcke Jr. Mr. Mcke, are you in the Zoom with us? Oh, I can see you. Can you go ahead and unmute yourself, please, sir?
Okay, got it.
All right, we'll turn it over to you.
All right, thank you. I was convicted, I do believe it was 1995, 96, of abuse causing bodily harm. I was trying to get the resident on the floor because we were changing shifts, and we normally do a count before you change your shift to make sure that everyone is accounted for. At this particular time, on the elevator, taking the resident up to the second floor, she became combative in the elevator. So all the techniques that they teach you to prevent an altercation, none of it worked. She was really at it. And she turned around and she spit in my face. Out of reaction, I did hit her, which ever since that moment, I knew was probably one of the worst mistakes I made in my life, but I couldn't take it back. So I was convicted on that particular incident. Since that incident, I was in Huber. I did 4 months. I had custody of my daughters, and that was the reason I was in and out of Huber. From there, it was like the environment that I was in, and definitely not making any excuses. But the environment that I was in at that time just caused me to be a very defensive person. And at some point, from good home raising, my mother just told me, look, you cannot stay here if you're going to keep getting yourself in these type of situations. You have to make another decision. And the decision is to stay here or you need to move on. I contacted a family member in California. I moved here in 1997. Since then, everything has definitely changed for me in my life. I've been working. I haven't had any situations with the law, just working. I have a son. He's in college now. And I think everything I went through in Wisconsin taught me how to continue to raise my son from what my mom taught me. I don't want that for anyone, to have to live that way. So my son is in school for sports medicine. He's working on his master's in about another 2 years. I've been working 2 to 3 jobs for the last 20, 30 years. At this point, I won't be able to keep working those many jobs. My wife is disabled. I've been married to her for 20 years, which is my son's mother. I am asking for pardoning because I work in transportation, actually dealing with disabled people, elderly people, and people with impairments as far as disabilities. And it's like one of the best jobs that I have worked. It's strange how it came back with 360 that I'm still working in this field. Now, my reason for the pardon is because I'm trying to start my own transportation company and build generational wealth. I am not able to receive any funding from the state. due to the felony. And actually, when I contacted Clean Slate, we could not find this felony. She searched and searched and searched. It was one of the transportation companies that was an outlet for funding and to get these the jobs, actually found it and said they couldn't move forward until this was taken care of, which was about 3 or 4 months ago. And I contacted Clean Slate, and she said, she was just puzzled. How did they find this? I even had the Department of Justice reaching out trying to find this case, and we could not find it. So that's when we tried to put everything else in place and move forward with trying to complete the application. There are 3 other counties. I'm sorry, did I lose you? I think I lost you. I'm sorry.
No, we can hear you.
Okay. There are 3 other cities. I work in LA County. In Kern County, they have nothing. And my wife is disabled. My reasoning is because I know that people need help. People are limited in wheelchairs, disabilities, to get to the stores, to get to the doctors. And I know there are a lot of people who can't function during holidays because these services aren't available on holidays. People are stuck at home. So when I started mentioning that this is what I was trying to do, I've seen a glow in a lot of people that maybe on some holidays, they may be able to get out, spend time with the families. And I've just felt people should not be able to live their life because you have a disability. So the pardon I'm seeking is to be able to get funding to get the wheelchair accessible vehicles. And the current job that I'm at now, I've been there for 7 years. I have the awards for a safety driving record. I sent the awards in for my employee of the month. I worked in a hospital and dietary for 8 years. I was a cook. I am a cook also, but I really like driving and interacting with the people. So this is my reason for trying to seek the pardon.
Thank you, Mr. Mcke. Board members, questions for Mr. Mcke? Judge Cromers.
Good morning, Mr. Mcke. I have a couple of questions. It looks like in 1993, couple years before this, and then in 1996, around the same time, there were a couple of restraining orders granted against you. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And what was that about?
Those restraining orders were due to arguments. Me and the son's mother, my daughters, which I actually had custody of the daughters. We had disagreements on the way the children were being taken care of. And in that sense, it led to really bad arguments. And she called the cops, had a restraining order, and I ended up going to jail, but she never showed up for court. The officer, when they came to investigate, he told me he understood why I reacted the way I reacted, but I cannot react in that manner. He said, those are your children, you call the Department of Social Service, and they will grant you custody of the children. And that's how I ended up getting custody of the children.
Okay. And then my last question relates to, it looks like from the records we have that you were charged with a robbery in 1996.
That one was totally incorrect because I also saw that on my record. That person was not me. At that time, I do believe I was in the Huber, home.
Yeah, I mean, your last name is not that unusual. It could, and sometimes we get records that are of the wrong person. So I just had to ask a question, but all right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. You guys have a wonderful day.
Oh, I think I've got one more question.
Okay.
Cindy?
All right.
So just to follow up on the restraining orders, Mr. Mcke, on the application, you said you had not been subjected to any restraining orders on question 8. So what was that? Why was that?
Actually, I don't recall filling that in. That could have been one of the assistants at Clean Slate who filled that in, and maybe that was because they didn't even notice it as well. I don't even remember being asked that question.
Okay. My second question relates to the underlying offense, the felony for which you're asking for a pardon. So, according to the criminal complaint, the victim in this case had a bloody nose, a black eye, and a cut lip. And in your statement of the offense, you say that you hit her with a quote, small tap on the face. So which, I can't connect those two things. What was the extent of the damage you did or the abuse?
Okay, to really be honest, I believe this is the reason I was denied about 10 years ago. I slapped the lady out of reaction. There was no bloody noses or black eyes, and I will take full responsibility for what I did. But there aren't any pictures or any evidence to support those actions. I'll come too far to deny something that I've done now in the critical time of my life. But honestly, ma'am, on everything, I did not punch the lady the way they said I was punched. I did slap her in reaction of her spitting in my face, but there were no bloody noses and there were no black eyes.
Okay.
I didn't see any pictures in my files or anything to support anything like that. And I would think that that would be there to be able to support the charges against me. And I hope this doesn't, I'm sorry, I'm going to keep going. This doesn't bar me because I'm not denying that I did make contact with her. Well, I really did not abuse the lady like that. And then to come back and do work in the same field and have these people actually look forward to me coming to pick them up and transport them. I'm actually on a lunch break right now from the same job that I work at. It's just really wasn't that deep on my being.
Thank you.
Judge Kremers.
Okay, now I got to follow up, Mr. McGee. I guess I was giving you the benefit of the doubt this morning when you said you hit her. And I thought maybe you were being more accepting of responsibility. But I'm having a hard time understanding how it is if all you did was, lightly slap her, how there would have been all this commotion and all of the people who, let me finish, all the people who described what she looked like afterwards that generated the investigation and the criminal charges. If all you did is slap her, there wouldn't be any marks on her face. There wouldn't be anything really to substantiate that you caused her physical harm. And I have to tell you, my view of these pardon applications is this is a chance, I think, for people to really accept responsibility for what they did because they're asking for a very significant gesture from the governor to sort of atone for that. And when I see someone who's not really accepting what it seems apparent happened, I have a problem with that. I'll just be honest.
I understand. And I want to really move forward on this, but when they ask me about those bruises and stable, it makes it seem like I just balled up my fist and really went in on her. I'm not that type of a person. But there was combative in that elevator, me trying to restrain her. So we were moving and going back and forth as I was trying to restrain her. And I know it sounds like I'm not taking responsibility. And I realized the first time that's probably what ran against me. But to really be honest, and I know you don't know me from Adam, but I'm not telling you the truth. The slap may have been maybe a little bit harder than just the tap on the face like so. But to ball up my fist and punch the young lady like that wasn't the case. There were also people in that facility that I had personal situations with. And like I said, I'm not making any excuses, but the way it sounds, it seemed like it already just went out the window. And I'm sorry about that. It's probably why. It's probably never going to get fixed. But I didn't beat the lady like that. I really tried to help them. I went into this facility to help people, and I came out with something hanging over me for about 27 years, and to never have any situations since I left. I thought maybe it showed the character to even move out of this environment that caused me to be in such situations, to be so defensive. I haven't had to be defensive since I've been living here. I've just been working and taking care of my responsibilities and working 3 jobs for over 20, 25 to 26 years or so. 2 to 3 jobs is burning me out. And I still have a college tuition to pay for. I have a mortgage. And I just want to be a productive citizen in society and continue to grow.
Thank you, Mr. Mcke. I just want to make sure there are no other questions before we let you go. Okay. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Mcke. Really appreciate your time today and you sharing with us. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your morning.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Stephen Harter. Mr. Harter, I believe I saw you on Zoom. Mr. Harter, if you can hear us, we are ready to hear from you.
Am I unmuted?
You are unmuted. We can't see you quite yet.
Okay. Is that on my end?
I believe so. You try
Okay.
turning on your camera.
Yep. Here we go.
Perfect. All right. Please go ahead.
I guess the offense that I'm asking for pardon for, burglary to a motor trailer home. I think I might have been 17 at the time when I did it, maybe 18. My parents were, my mom was threatening with a divorce. I was really mad. I actually moved out of the house to an apartment they owned down the street. And I guess I was just pretty upset back then. And I thought that, you know, stealing some stuff might make it feel better for some stupid reason. So I went up the road and broke into this small trailer home that was parked out there. I don't think they lived there. It was kind of a little vacation getaway for these people. And took some food, some change, belt, a couple walkie-talkies. My cousin was with. I think he found some guns, and I was like, no, that's not what we're here for. We're not taking valuable stuff because we don't want to get caught, and we're not here to steal things of value. That wasn't the motivation. And that's how that went, and that was pretty stupid. But for years afterwards, I continued to do a lot of silly crap. But since then, let's see, I'm a member of the Knights of Columbus. I help out at pancake dinners, mostly clean the dishes because the old guys do the cooking. I do the ringing the bell for the Tootsie Rolls for the Knights of Columbus as well. I got a bullet point list. I'll just go by and see if I can. My neighbors, sometimes they need help with shoveling or snow and just general moving stuff. I like to help them. Cut their logs up for them. They down trees, get blown over by the wind plenty. I support the local schools. I go and buy like bakery stuff, and the American Legion, I buy their chicken queue when they do it once a month. I give them extra money. Just something small that I can do. I don't have a lot of time to go out and take action, but I'm working a lot. So that's a lot that I can do, I think, there. A couple times I've helped out actually with the chicken queue. I have a really big family, and some of that time takes moving my sisters around because they move a lot. That's my community. I think I got like 20 brothers and sisters. Most of them are adopted. But a lot of that time that I spend is helping them out. I actually have one of my brothers living here right now. He's not here, he's at work. And I'm just helping him get on with life. He graduated and went to college. Now he's done with college. He's trying to find a job. So I'm putting him up until he can get his stuff straight. I've been self-employed for 15 years. I think I already mentioned I'm a homeowner. I bought a house 14 years ago, like a week after my son was born. He's also 14, and takes a lot of my time, and there's really no room for error anymore, because I don't want to screw that up. So that's basically my life, is being a dad and just doing the right thing all the time and being a good person in general. And my job, I get calls back from people I have worked for. They trust me. They call me back to do work because they trust me. And that shows a lot, that people trust me. I don't steal shit that's not me. I'm trustworthy. Let me see, hold on. Yeah, my brother that has lived here for the last year or so, he's not the only one. I've had two other brothers live here that needed some help. They were going through some issues. They're a bit better now, they're not perfect people, but they're off in life and doing what they're supposed to be doing. A cousin also, he was here for a few months. He had cancer and he just was down and out and didn't know what to do. And it's nice to hang out with somebody when you think you might not be around for a while or too long. I got 2 dogs and 2 cats. I know that sounds kind of silly, but taking care of them, it's a responsibility. And that's what I'm trying to do with my life, is take responsible actions and just do the right thing. And I think my neighbors would probably say that I'm a pretty good guy and I'm a great neighbor. And I think everybody I meet, they really like me. And, what I did back then, it was a moment in time, maybe a few years, I was very upset. And that wasn't me. I was lashing out to fix something that stuff wasn't going to fix.
Thank you, Mr. Harter. Could you touch just briefly on why you're seeking a pardon? And then I want to make sure we open it up to board members for questions.
Yeah. Well, to be honest, the main reason is I want to go hunting with my dad. Something that I miss a lot. I want to teach my son those things and the proper way to do it, be safe. In the past, there's been a few jobs that I couldn't get. I have them written down. I'm a little nervous, as most people here are probably. But in the past, I had thought about being a police officer, but there's no way I could do that. And I'm a little further down the line now, and I probably wouldn't do that now. I thought about being a bartender locally here, just to help out people because they didn't have any help. And I don't think I can get a bartender's license because of the felony. And all these things, they were in the past. I thought about doing them in the past, but I couldn't do them because of the felony. And for instance, a daycare or a teacher, I think I'd be a good teacher. And well, I got nursing on here, but that's a long time ago. And I honestly want to run a breakfast restaurant someday and have a liquor license so I can have everybody come and enjoy whatever they want. And I think that would inhibit that as well. And
Thank you, Mr. Harter.
Yeah.
I want to open up for questions just so we make sure we get everything covered. Board members, do you have questions for Mr. Harter? Judge Kremers.
Good morning, sir. According to our records, you were charged with, in La Crosse, in 2004, a felony possession with intent to deliver THC, as well as felony possession of methamphetamine. And both of those, according to the records, were transferred to another county.
Yes, I believe so.
And what happened to those cases?
They were all grouped together in a diversion program called Jug Court in the Monroe County. which
see.
I went through a 1.5 year process to show them that I was getting better and that I deserved to have most of those charges dropped because they all happened out of anger, or, I was a kid and I was doing a lot of really dumb stuff, and they kept giving me chances and giving me chances, and they basically bundled them all together in hopes that I would stop committing crimes and being an idiot.
Now, how long have you been sober?
Sober, I haven't been sober, sir. I have a couple beers every week after work. I'm a carpenter. I work really hard, and
Okay.
I don't.
How about drug-free?
Drug-free. I was in Colorado recently. I did partake there, but other than that, no.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Harter? Cindy?
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Harter. Congratulations on completing drug court.
Yeah.
A question about the application encourages people to submit letters of support for their application. And you submitted a letter that was written in 2012. Can you tell us why you didn't submit any more recent letters of support from people in your life?
I honestly, I thought that the time spent between my last criminal whatever would be enough, and I just think I guess I'm pretty confident that I am a good person, and I could have asked a lot of people, but I felt like I might be burdening them, and I should have done more. I should have asked them. I know they would. No reason at all other than that, miss.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right, I think that covers it then. Thank you very much, Mr. Harter. Hope you enjoy the rest of your morning.
Thank you, you too.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Mr. Smith, Anthony Smith.
Good morning,
Hello.
everyone. So everybody knows who I am. I'm attorney Nettie Rauch. I am Mr. Smith's lawyer, but I will turn the floor over to him.
Great, thank you, Mr. Smith.
Good morning. Good morning to everyone. I first would like to thank you all for giving me this opportunity and coming before you and considering this pardon. The crime I was convicted of was party to a crime of an armed robbery. I was 20 years old and never been in trouble before with the law. I was in the car with friends, and two of them got out of the vehicle and robbed two men at gunpoint. I did not participate in the armed robbery, but once it was over, I got out of the car and ran because I was afraid. I was eventually stopped and cooperated with law enforcement. For my conviction, I later received a 3-year sentence of probation. During that time, my heart went out to the victims and my conscience weighed in on me with heavy remorse for the two men. Now that the time has gone by, I look back and wish I could have done something to stop the robbery or assist the victims in any way. Since that situation, it has been over 30 years of my conviction, and I have not had any criminal contact with law enforcement since serving my sentence. I've been constantly employed since my conviction, demonstrating my ability to be a productive member of society and maintain employment by advancement with many different jobs. Working for MPS as a special needs assistant was very rewarding for me. Shortly after, I transferred to the city of Milwaukee, continuing presently with 20 years of service, excelling from a city laborer and advancing my way to a civil engineer technician 4. Another way I thought to give back to society was to get involved in a passion of mine, was volunteering my time in coaching the sport of wrestling, where I joined the Wisconsin Wrestling Federation. I then became a coach and was implemented and starting the City Kids Wrestling Club here in Milwaukee, coaching at all levels from youth, middle school, high school for 22 years. On this upcoming Sunday, May 19th of 2024, I will be graduating, receiving my associate's degree in civil engineering technology. I'm a happily married man to my wife for almost 23 years, and we've been together for 31 years with 2 amazing sons. I'm a Christian, and I'm proud to say that I'm a law-abiding citizen. I'm asking for this pardon to allow me an opportunity to advance in my career and to show young men and women that if you make a wrong decision and learn from it, do good, and obey the law, you can be given a second chance. So I'm asking you for the second chance today. Thank you for this opportunity, and I truly appreciate your consideration. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Board members, any questions for Mr. Smith? All right, seeing none, I think you covered everything. Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. We appreciate your time and you sharing your story with us this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Neom Chris.
Good
There we are.
morning.
Good morning, Ms. Chris. We'll turn it over to you.
Good morning, everyone. I was convicted in 2001 for operating a vehicle without the owner's consent, and it was also a party to a crime. I was about 20 years old at that time. I was with some people who I thought were my friends. I was young, dumb, and naive at that time and just wanted them to accept me. So one of my friends at that time, she was taking her car to get an oil change at the car dealership, and I was with another person who I thought was also my friend. So both of them were like telling me, talking about there were some keys hanging out of the door in a car that they were doing some service on, and they said, I bet you won't take those keys out that car. So they kept on peer pressuring me, me being young, dumb, and naive and just wanting to fit in and be accepted. I took the keys and then I gave it to my other friend. And later that night, my friend went back to the dealership and stole the car from the dealership. But I never drove this car. I probably maybe rode in the car maybe 2 times. And from there, before that, I've never been in trouble. And after that, never been in trouble. This is my only felony on my record. Since then, I have a CBRF, been in the health field. And right now, I am currently going to work for the school bus company. I have a CDL now. I obtained my CDL because my brother is trying to get a dump truck. So I was going to drive for him. But until then, the school bus company hired me, and I just been in the health field and staying out of trouble ever since. And I'm requesting a pardon because I just don't feel right with this felony on my record. And by me not being in trouble before this and after this, I've just been on a clean slate.
Thank you, Ms. Chris. Board members, any questions for Ms. Chris? Cindy.
Yeah, a couple of questions, Ms. Chris. Good morning.
Yes.
Back to the crime. So in addition to taking the keys, though, you did return with the 2 other people to the dealership that night where a brick was placed through the door and entered. Is that correct?
Yes, but I was outside in her car because she drove us up there, and he went and threw the brick and everything. Right. Yes.
But you were on site when you were at the dealership, back at the dealership when that happened.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Just wanted to clarify that. And another question, as you heard me ask a previous applicant, as part of the application process, it's not required, but applicants are encouraged to submit letters of support for their pardon application, and you did not submit any letters of support. Can you tell us why not?
Well, at that time, I was like having trouble kind of like also filling out the application, trying to get all the like worded. I was supposed to send these papers to the district attorney, and then I ended up sending it to you guys, and then you guys mailed me something back. So it's like the application was like a little confusing because I didn't have no help at all. Like what, like what all do I have to do? And at that, I was, like I said, I was in the health field and still am in the health field. So I'm working, trying to do this application. And so I just didn't understand some parts of the application.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Chris? All right. Seeing none, thank you very much, Ms. Chris. Hope you enjoy the rest of your morning, and thank you for taking the time to be with us today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Mr. Matson, Paul Matson.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Back in 1994, when I was 16, a friend and I stole, and actually we kind of got in the habit of for a while at that age, that fall, stealing all kinds of motor vehicle stuff and joyriding them. And it was eventually it caught up with me. I had a police officer come to school and question me, and it was a relief to kind of just get everything off of my chest and tell him everything that we had done. And the friend and I that did all of this were, one of the things that we stole was in a small town, and the judge in that small town, I feel like I had a public defender, and I ended up getting a couple felonies for these. It was a burglary, and it was driving unowned property, essentially, without the owner's consent. And I spent 60 days, my last, so I was a sophomore when we did this. And I spent the last 60 days of high school in jail. And I had a lot of restitution to pay, as you can imagine, that added up. And I worked hard to pay that off and found my way in life and was able to start a business and start a family and kind of move past this kind of really dumb decision making when I was a young man. So 1999, I started a business installing lawn sprinkler systems. I actually hired a lot of guys from the Huber program when I was getting my business started, because I was in Huber for my last 60 days of high school. So I was a working student and athlete, and I've had a blessed life since then. I really have. And my business has been successful and my family has been healthy. And I'm participated in a lot of community things. I've been on the board of our local home builders association and the board of our Chamber of Commerce and the horticulture program at the technical college, being an advisory person there. My business is in lawns, and I've partnered up with some other business people to have some successful investments. We've started a restaurant in town, and life is great. And I occasionally this will come up in business, and it's somewhat limiting with travel. I applied to Canada to be able to travel there because it comes up occasionally, and that was actually denied. And I would love to be able to get a pardon for this, just because of the the conversations that come up, and you start a new business relationship and people check in on you, and it's just a tough thing to have to talk about right away when you're getting involved with someone, whether it be for an insurance policy or whatever it is that they're checking your background. And being a felon is it's a serious, it doesn't bode well for someone. And so if I could get it removed, I guess that's why I'm here, asking for that grace.
Thank you, Mr. Matson. Questions from the board? Cindy.
Yeah, good morning, Mr. Matson. I learned something new from your application about the IRS e-file, so that was just mind-boggling, right? I did not know that. My question is, your probation was extended in 1997. Was that restitution related, or what was that about? If you recall.
Yeah, I don't remember. Obviously at that age, I was trying college at that point. And it may have been because I moved to Minnesota. I got accepted to the Institute of Technology at the University of Minnesota. Turns out college was not my forte, but maybe it had something to do with transferring it to Minnesota and then transferring it back. I know it did take me a long time to pay off the restitution. It was a hefty sum.
Yeah, it was.
Yeah.
And that's often a reason that it gets extended. Okay, thank you.
Judge Cromers.
Yeah, I don't really have any questions about, the crime you committed and the things you've done since, but I do have a question, if you know the answer to this. When this happened, you were 16 years old, which means you shouldn't have been charged as an adult, except that they didn't charge you for like 5 or 6 months after it happened. And it looks like there was a special prosecutor. Do you know anything about that? Why it took them so long to charge you when they had all the information to charge you in October of 1994, but they didn't charge you until March of 95? Do you know anything about that?
The only thing I could think of is that I know, it was kind of going through the process of getting a public defender, and then my friend's mom was able to afford to get him an attorney, and then they applied to have the charges consolidated into the county that we lived in, and that was approved for him. It was not approved for me, and maybe those requests going through the court took longer to. Yeah,
it's not your fault. I'm not saying you had some responsibility there. It just seems kind of curious, the sequence, but thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Other questions? Okay, just one for me, and it's pretty unrelated, but Mr. Matson, do you drive a lot for your job?
Not anymore. I used to drive a lot, and now I have a 4 or 5 year old truck that only has 40,000 miles on it. So
Okay. I just noticed you had quite a few speeding tickets over the past couple of years. And I was
I've got a lead foot, I will say. Yeah.
Okay. All right, we'll try to take it easy out there. I think that's it from questions on us then. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Our next applicant is Douglas Randall. Mr. Randall, we'll turn it over to you.
Good morning. Just double checking, making sure that you can hear me.
Yep.
Sounds great. Thank you. I wanted to thank the Pardon Board for reviewing my application, providing me the opportunity to speak here today. I was convicted of an unclassified felony theft of a movable property. Excuse me. My sentence was 5 months of Huber work release and 3 months of in-home monitoring, followed by 3 years of probation. And that sentence was completed uneventfully, which I suppose in the realm of such things is exactly what you're hoping for. In the years since, I've spent a few of those years working in restaurants. I started to work in office jobs, starting with student loan servicing and then working telephony. In 2004, I became a motorcycle instructor, and that actually caused a change in my career path. This year is my 21st season in the sun, doing something that I'm passionate about, bringing people into a sport that I love. Since 2017, I've been pursuing a career in project management. I started working with teams as a driving instructor in 2020 after being downsized by my employer at the time, right before pandemic. And I continued to do the driving instruction as well. Separately, I've been involved in my community supporting charity rides as well as involvement in a local festival. This festival affords the sponsoring club to commit a minimum of $30,000 in charitable giving, as well as providing $1.6 million of financial impact into the Madison area as of our 2016 study. I'm looking for a pardon for my actions. It's certainly not an excuse. I acknowledge and accept what I've done, but it has been a hindrance in finding employment at times. I've spent the last 30 years trying to give back to my community through such things as charitable efforts. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Randall. Cindy, question from you.
Good morning, Mr. Randall. Have you ever had any criminal convictions in Racine County in the 90s? Worthless checks and a misdemeanor.
There was a worthless check that it was unintentional. It wasn't an intended thing. I bounced a check.
And then in 1995, a misdemeanor bail jumping.
That was not me. That's a different person with the same name.
So the worthless checks in 94 was you?
I did live in Racine County at that time. It was, again, not intentional. It was bad accounting on my part.
Okay. Just in your application, you wrote that you had no police interaction since the 91, 92 event. So
interaction. So it was not an omission of intent. It maybe just misunderstanding of the directions on the application.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Other questions for Mr. Randall? Judge Cromers.
Yeah, what's a $21,000 license flashlight look like? No, I mean, I'm being facetious about that, but my question really is, I assume that they recovered the flashlight when you were arrested or something, so you didn't have to make restitution for that. Is that correct?
All of the property was returned. None of it was ever intended to be moved on my part. It was the misjudgment of youth.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Other questions for Mr. Randall? All right, hearing none, thank you, Mr. Randall. Appreciate your time with us this morning. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you, and thank the board for hearing my time.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Craig Herpst. Mr. Herpst.
Good morning.
Good, there you are. Thank you. We'll turn it over to you.
Good morning. I'm seeking a pardon for my marijuana delivery charges in 1995 and 1997. From then, after being convicted, I moved on to a better life with getting in the union as a laborer for 11 years. And then after that, I moved into the operators union for now. Right now I have 13 years in the operators, and I'm seeking a pardon just to advance my career through the operators. And I was young and I regret doing what I did.
Thank you, Mr. Herpst. Questions from the board? I have, I think, just one for you here. There is a note that there may be some child support arrears, but it's a little unclear. Can you tell us if you're current on child support or if you
that is all paid off and done.
Any other questions for Mr. Herpst? Sandy?
Good morning, Mr. Herpst. It looks like in 2002, 2003, you had your second and third OWIs.
Yes.
What is your, where are you at with using alcohol these days?
I carry a CDL driver's license, so I might have a drink or two on a weekend, but I will not get behind the wheel and drive.
And then and it looks like from your as part of that, you would have completed aorta treatment
Yes,
at the time? I know this is a
Yes.
while ago, but yeah, okay. And then in 2003, you had a misdemeanor disorderly conduct. What were the circumstances around that?
some guy got an argument with me, and it was it ended up getting into physically argument.
And
So
you
I
were-
was just defending myself.
Okay. And you were cited? Was he cited?
Yes, both of us were.
And what was the punishment for that
Just a
offense?
fine.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Herpst? None? All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Herpst. Appreciate your time this morning, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Stephen Galstad.
Yes,
Galstad?
yes,
There we go.
Galstead.
Galstad, thank you.
Yes,
We'll turn it over
good
to you, sir.
morning, beautiful Friday too. So, yeah, my name is Steve Galstead. I grew up in Plymouth, Wisconsin, which Mr. Evers probably knows that area. I do live in Sheboygan, Wisconsin right now. But I do want to thank everybody on the board for giving me the opportunity to meet with you all to discuss the opportunity for my expungement. My case was one that I was charged with a business theft of over $5,000. It was for a company or a furniture dealership in Milwaukee, Denison's Leather Only, where I misappropriated the credit cards. I was the general manager of the business at that time, after Mr. Denison passed away. And I did sell the company website, which I should not have. At that time, I was going through a divorce and so on and so forth. This was back in mid 2000s. And, you know, at that time, truly honest, I was greedy at that time. I truly regret my actions, not just because I was caught, but because of the bad decisions I made, and I knew better than that. I was, again, greedy, not thinking about the business or who I would affect, meaning my salespeople, my employees that I was over, but also my family, my son, my parents, my even my ex-wife. I did plead guilty, and I took a plea. I didn't want to go through a trial or make anybody go through the trial. Nonetheless, the widow of Mr. Denison. So I took that plea. I had no restitution because I did pay back the monies from the misappropriation of the credit cards and the sale of the website. In 2008, I served a 1-year sentence at the House of Correction in Franklin. I was released after 9 months of serving good time. After being released I was under supervision for until 2013. So in total, I was under supervision of 5 years total. And I think I only had 2 parking tickets since then. I was not able to get a job just because of my record, so I had to reinvent myself, and I started doing handyman work for friends. And then once I did that, neighbors of my friends asked who did some work on their house, and they suggested me, so I reinvented myself again and started remodeling homes for my own business. I did that for about 8 years until I fell off a ladder and shattered my ankle, so I was not able to do that again. So don't climb a ladder alone. I don't suggest that, at least. I was laid up for 6 months and didn't know what I was going to do now. So I was able to reinvent myself again by being a recruiter for a staffing agency. It was a great opportunity. And then back in 2 years ago, I got the great opportunity to become a corporate recruiter for a worldwide company called Barry Waymiller and BW Paper Systems, which I'm a corporate recruiter for them right now. There isn't a day that goes by that I don't think about my past and what has well, it doesn't data that I don't go by not thinking about it, because it has affected my life. It has affected my son, big thing. So I just want to be a positive influence for my son, which he's 26 now, but when this happened, he was 6th grade, and ever since then, I always try to be a good, positive influence on him, and you know, tell him that you have to have good work ethics, good integrity, and you can do anything then. So I'm seeking this expungement to not just to advance my employment or what have you, but for good gratification that I know I can do better and be able to be a positive light in my community. I do things around my neighborhood. I snow blow. I even snow blow the retired Honorable Tim Van Akron, which I guess he served in Sheboygan area for quite some time. He also did write a letter of support for me, he and his wife. I guess that's about my 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Gelstead.
You're welcome.
I think we probably have a couple questions for you, but before we do that, I just want to touch on something quickly. You used the word expungement a couple of times, and I just want to make sure that you're clear and that anybody else is listening is clear. The governor has the power to grant you a pardon, but he does not have the power to expunge offenses. So they would still show up on your record, but they would then show up that they had been pardoned. Expungement is a separate process. I totally understand that there are similarities. I just want to make sure that you're clear in case you're ever asked about it in the future.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much for that clarification.
Great. And then board members, if you have questions, I just have one before I get to you, which is Mr. Gell said in 2023, it looks like a restraining order was issued against you. It was eventually dismissed, but it was granted and extended. Could you tell us a little bit about what was happening there?
Sure. That was, well, now my ex-girlfriend. She just didn't like how the relationship ended up, and she wanted to live in my house without any paying any rent or having me in my own house. So that's basically the lowdown of that. She just didn't want me around. So.
Okay, and she did successfully get a restraining order against you. So was there an event where the police were called? Can you just tell us a little bit about what happened?
No, she falsely accused me of what do you want to call it? Abuse, which it never happened. There were no police records or anything. So
okay. Other board members, questions for Mr. Galsted? Cindy?
Yeah, I just want to follow on that. So what evidence was submitted that the court would grant and then extend a restraining order?
I didn't know of any. I settled it through.
After it was granted and after it was extended. So, I mean, the court has to have some evidence of some reason to grant a restraining order. What was presented for them to grant it and then extend it?
Just what she had in writing. At least that's what I got from my lawyer. So I really don't know.
Were you at the hearings about the restraining order?
No, my
Thank
lawyer
you.
was.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Gulstead. I appreciate your time this morning and hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. You too.
Thank you. Next up, we have Ashley Torres. Ms. Torres, turn it over to you.
Hi, my name is Ashley Torres. My maiden name is Leeski. In August of 2015, I committed a crime of fraud, which was a felony H party to a crime of a misappropriate ID info to obtain money. I was 26 years old when this happened. I was dating someone and we committed this crime together. The person that I was with was able to make fake IDs and fake checks. He had made me a check and a fake ID to go with the check. We then had gone to Walmart in Black River Falls, and items purchased with this check were clothes, phones, food, and personal hygiene. I was addicted to meth and homeless at this time in my life. The state of mind I had was that I did not care and acted recklessly. This crime was committed while in active addiction to meth and living the life of drugs. I did this crime with other individuals who also used and committed similar crimes. I accept full responsibility for this crime and realized how harmful my actions were. When I got caught for this specific case, I also found out that I was pregnant and knew that my life had to change. I was sentenced to 18 months of probation for this case. I went to AODA counseling and completed both probation and counseling. Along with this was the start to my sobering journey. I went to sober eye meetings a few times, and the rest of the sobering journey was on me because I wanted it. Restitution was paid in full with help of my parents and working part-time as I was pregnant and working on being clean and bettering my life. I have been sober since September 27, 2015, a month after the crime was committed. I'm a mother of 2 children, 5 and 7 now. I have completed 2 degrees in human services. I have my associate's and bachelor's, which has been updated since the application. During my education and college years, I was able to do a lot of volunteering, like at the food pantries, homeless shelter, and La Crosse, adopting families at Christmas time to donate to lower income that cannot afford Christmas. I was able to obtain and maintain a job through one of my associate degrees internships, which is Central Wisconsin Community Action Council. And I am now a homeless prevention case manager, which we are a nonprofit, so I also do some volunteering through the agency. We do fundraisers, and then we also do the point in time count twice a year where we go out and count the homelessness for statistics in Wisconsin. I have been with my job since 2020. I serve the low-income population and housing case manager to help those struggling to be self-sufficient and maintain stable housing in life. In March of 2023, I took an online peer support specialist class, and in May of 2023, I also became a certified peer specialist with lived experience. I have 2 letters of recommendation, one from my grandma and one from my current executive that I work for, Fred Hebert. I also have a support from my sentencing judge in Monroe County, Judge Ziegler. I have made lots of strides and changes in my life since completion of the conviction. The journey getting here today was so much personal growth and my own story to tell. I think that this would help others who are doing good in life and trying to change their life around. Just getting to the point of being in front of the pardon board is an accomplishment. The conviction has impacted the ability to find secured housing along with limited job opportunities to work with children in the school districts and/or government-related setting. But updates since my application, I now have a job that I love, and I'm able to help the low-income population and incorporate my college education along with my lived experience into my work now. I also was able to maintain my own secured housing with the help of my parents and grandparents. Getting a pardon to restore my civil rights back would bring more opportunities for me and my self-growth as a person. Opportunities to tell my story, to work with children in a school district, volunteer, go on field trips, or being part of parent meetings at the school district, or even work or volunteer in a prison or government facility, as the conviction limits these specific areas for work and volunteer opportunities in the future.
Thank you, Ms. Torres. Questions from the board? Cindy.
Yeah, Good morning, Ms. Torres. Congratulations on all you've accomplished. A lot of resiliency for sure. So you mentioned the support from the judge. What you may not know is that the loss prevention officer at one of the stores that you stole from was also contacted as a victim and also supports your application after reviewing all that you've accomplished. So I just wonder any reaction to that.
It makes me feel good.
Good. All right.
Yes.
Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions from the board? Ms. Torres, we have something that came up that I just want to verify if it's you or not. Do you have a non-criminal ticket from 2015 in Jackson County involving an animal?
Yes.
Could you just tell us a little bit about what happened there?
Sure. I was living with my ex-boyfriend in Millston, Wisconsin. We had a pit bull, and the pit bull was, it got loose, and our neighbors were family members, and the pit bull attacked that dog.
Oh, got it. Okay. Thank you. I'm sorry about that. Any other questions from the board? All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Torres. Appreciate your time this morning and hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
All right. And our last applicant of our first morning session is Eric Vandeveld. Mr. Vandeveld, we'll turn it over to you.
Hello. Thank you for this opportunity. I was convicted of attempted burglary after a night of drinking myself and a friend. Didn't plan this. Walking past Dean's Ice Cream, there was a piece of wood on a door window. Tried prying the door open just with our hands. The wood off. Somebody seen us. Police were called, caught us. I was convicted for 6 months in jail, 4 years probation. Never missed any appointment with my probation. Worked in the masonry field. What I have done since, I've been married for 20 plus years to my loving wife, mother, and my 4 children. 3 of them homeowners, successfully living in the area, 1 living in Denver. Remodeled a farmhouse that we bought. It was abandoned. Very nice now. Wish I could show you pictures. I've helped other people out. My son's friend, Zach, when my son was in the military, he came and lived with us for 2 years, rent-free. Went to NWTC in Sturgeon Bay for welding. He's now a union pipe fitter with 2 kids living in Minnesota. We get together once a year and camp with him. Helped other families out that needed help, one going through a divorce. She came and lived here with her horse, a couple dogs, kids. Got my GED, my HSED. Took advanced blueprint reading at Lakeshore Technical College, home inspection 1 and 2 at NWTC. Worked in the Bricklayers Union Local 3 for, I don't remember how long, it was more than 10 years. I want to say 15. I know I'm vested in the union. Started my own business in 1999, doing masonry, restoration, repairs, historical and structural. I participated in AAA. I've been sober for 20 plus years. No drugs, never was. Did some marriage counseling with my wife. Learned how to cope with things better after that. Learn how to fight was the first thing in the first meeting I remember. I feel like I deserve a pardon. Good member of the community, a role model for my children. I've changed a lot. I've helped people in the community. I've volunteered for different nonprofits. Potentially lost income because of my felony. 2 general contractors. 1 took the blueprints away from me. Realtors, I had to give money back to 1 realtor before they gave us the keys to work on a job that needed to be done before they could close on the house, both being in Door County, Wisconsin. Applied at University of Wisconsin, Green Bay. I was turned down, not sure why. Same with Denmark High School, both in the custodial ground maintenance, whatever could be done, needed done. Couldn't participate in my children's activities when they went to Holy Trinity or St. Mary's in Luxembourg and Casco, Wisconsin. Because of the felony, I did not fill out any paperwork to try to get into those class, chaperoning or anything. I just didn't want the embarrassment for them or myself. Word travels fast being in a little community. I have grandchildren out there now, 2 of them, hoping that I have an opportunity with them when they get older in school, that if they need a chaperone and I can do it, hey, great. Not the same person it was from back in the 80s. I worked hard to get where I am right now. I've made lots of good decisions now. Receiving apartment helped me through job opportunities. Most importantly, with my family, I appreciate this opportunity to be here.
Thank you, Mr.
Sorry.
Vandal.
You're welcome.
Any questions from the board? Judge Kremers.
There. Good morning, sir. I have a question about, I can't find it. I'll find it. Just a second. Looks like saw something in your record I wanted to ask you about. Did you have some probation violations that you were turned over to probation for?
Probation violation, you said?
Yeah, when you were on probation, did you have trouble?
I did.
Probation?
While on probation, I vandalized a house and a car of a man named Bill Unson. He was, after my father died, he was our babysitter, and turned out my mother's boyfriend at one point. He molested my little brother numerous times. That's what it said in the suicide note, and I knew something was wrong, and nobody would listen to me, including my mother at that time with this babysitter. Something was off. So I went to his house, smashed his windows on his car, his windows on his house. I think I went there to beat him up. I was just not thinking right. That's what happened. So,
okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Other questions from the board? All right. Thank you, Mr. Vandal. Appreciate your time this morning, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. You too.
All right. That concludes the first group of morning applicants for us. So in order to stay compliant with open meetings, we will take a short break until 10 a.m. when we will pick back up. Board members, I will ask you to just be back here at about 2 minutes to 10 so we can make sure we're ready to go. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
I forgot something. Darn it.
We went to break, sir. I just wanted to let you know. So you're
Yeah, I had something important that I forgot to say, but it's okay. Thank you.
All right, board members, if you can just come back on camera so that I know that you're here, we can go ahead and get started again. All right. We'll give Cindy just a moment. And then Eric and my team, do we have folks in the waiting room?
Yes, we do. We can let them in.
Okay, I think go ahead and start letting them in, and we'll give Cindy another moment. Otherwise, I'll just introduce her last. Good morning, folks. If you're just joining us from the waiting room, we are gonna make sure everyone's connected to audio, and then we'll get started with our second morning session. All right, I think that is most of us, so I will go ahead and get us started. My name is Mel Barnes. I'm Chief Legal Counsel to Governor Evers and a member of the Pardon Advisory Board. I'm going to introduce my fellow board members and then go through some housekeeping for what to expect before we get started today. So other board members with us on the Zoom are Judge Jeffrey Kremers, who is Attorney General Josh Call's nominee to this board. He served as a Milwaukee County Circuit Judge for 26 years, including serving for Chief Judge for 7 of those years before retiring in 2018. We also have board member Nadia Perez-Reyes, who is the Assistant Secretary for the Department of Children and Families. She previously worked as a state public defender and as an attorney for legal action of Wisconsin. We have board member Anthony Cooper Sr., who is the Vice President of Strategic Partnerships and Reentry Services from Nehemiah Center for Urban Leadership Development. He received a pardon from Governor Evers in 2021. We have board member Reverend John Mcke Sr., who is the founding pastor of Christ the King Baptist Church in Milwaukee, serves as board chairman for King's Academy Christian School, and is an associate chaplain for the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Department. And we have board member Cindy O'Donnell, who served as deputy secretary for the Department of Corrections under Governors Thompson, McCallum, and Doyle, and as division administrator under Attorneys General Launschlager and Van Hollen. Those are your board members today. I will remind all of our applicants that today's hearing is being live streamed via Wisconsin Eye and YouTube. We'll ask everyone to mute yourselves and keep your video off until it is your turn to be heard by the board, so that we can ensure we get good video and audio quality from everyone. If you do have any IT issues, don't worry. Someone from my team will reach out and help you get the Zoom working, and we can always come back to you if needed. Otherwise, we will call folks up in the order listed on the agenda in open meeting notice, and each applicant will have about 5 minutes total with the board. We'll ask you to use the first 3 minutes of that speaking to the questions that you were sent in advance of today's hearing. As a reminder, that is us asking you to provide a brief summary of your offenses and how your sentence went, a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence, including community involvement and employment, and finally, a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. After you spend about 3 minutes answering those questions, we'll open it up to questions from the board. Don't read too much into it if the board has questions or doesn't. Sometimes everything is covered by your statement or your application materials, but if folks do have questions, we want to make sure that the board has the information it needs to make a recommendation to the governor. Once the board is done asking you questions, you're welcome to leave the Zoom sign off. You do not need to hang out all morning. And then once everyone has been heard, the board will meet in closed session to decide whether or not to recommend your application to the governor. The governor will make the final decision on accepting or granting that application, but you need a majority support of board members present in order for your application to be forwarded to him. Either way, you'll be notified of the outcome of today's hearing in about a month or two. We know you've been waiting for a long time, even just to get to the hearing. So thank you for a little bit of additional patience. We just want to make sure that we are able to make thorough recommendations to the governor. So we will call you up in the order listed on the agenda, and we will start with Michelle Boseman.
Chair, I just want to say I'm going to recuse myself on this applicant.
Okay, Cindy is recusing, and I do believe that we have another recusal. Anthony, is that correct?
Sorry about that. Yes, I have to recuse myself as well.
Okay, so board members O'Donnell and Cooper will not participate in this applicant's hearing, but otherwise we will turn it over to you, Ms. Boseman.
Good morning. And thank you for this opportunity for this hearing and want to speak. I'm not a person that's normally nervous, but I'm extremely nervous, so let me just get through it. Brief summary of my offenses. Back in 1997, I committed a crime of issuance of worthless checks twice and a bail jumping. Both, I think all three are felonies. And I don't want to candy coat anything. I know the cliche of being young and dumb. Yeah, all of that played a factor with me also, but it also was during a time of my life that I was lost. I was going through a lot of challenges, both physically, mentally, and emotionally. And I also did not understand the longevity of what those crimes that I've committed would have done. Honestly, at my age now, I understand it. I wish I could rewind the clock. Unfortunately, I can't. But I took, and I'm still taking full responsibility of the crimes that I have committed without any, any type of issues behind that. There are a lot of regrets, yes, I will say, but we're here today. Upon my completion of being on of these offenses, I can go through a lot. I mean, my name speaks heavily in the community. I've maintained full-time employment throughout the whole ordeal. I have volunteered numerous times for a variety of different agencies. Employment-wise, I've worked for Great Lakes. I've worked for the Urban League of Greater Madison, which I built most of my career on the last 10 years. Currently, I am the Economic Development Specialist for all of Dane County, which I enjoy because me being a small business owner myself, I see that I can help. I'm doing what I can to help others. But what I want to really point out, though, because I know you guys look at a lot of volunteer history and so forth, from during the time that I was on probation and serving time with this, I volunteered at the Milton Outreach Ministry. I volunteered for our Good Neighbor Fest because I lived in Middleton. I've been a parent volunteer because my children were involved with Club TNT. I was a vice president of a chair. I'm vice president of our the Parent Teacher Association when my children was in Thoreau Elementary School. I've been a co-chair volunteer for the United Way Partners in Giving campaign when I worked for the Department of Administration. I've been a volunteer for the River Food Bank. I was a head coach for the Southside Raiders cheerleading squad for almost 10 years. I was also a founding board member of the Southside Raiders cheer program. I was also a volunteer and planner of the Young, Gifted, and Black Coalition here in Madison. Again, United Way, I've held several roles with United Way. I was a board member of One City Schools. I was also a former board member of the Madison Black Chamber of Commerce. Now, currently what I am serving is a volunteer still of UW Odyssey Project. I still do my high school graduations and, graduations. We have our reunions in Chicago, so I am one of the co-chairs on that. Volunteer for Black Women's Wellness. I am a volunteer for Urban Triage, which I might add that I was just told that I am a nominee for the Outstanding Service Award for Urban Triage, which the gala is going to be May 17th. So I'm really, really excited about that. I work a lot with Foster of Dane with their back to school events. I am the social media manager for Umoja Magazine. I've done a lot of planning with Barbara Kinney with West Fest when I was employed with the Urban League. I am a volunteer cook and do classes over there at Badger Rock Elementary School. I am a volunteer and alum of the United Way Boardwalk Academy. I work a lot with UJAMA, which does a lot with the Juneteenth events. And might I add that for 2 years in a row that I have sung the Black National Anthem on the Monday of the Juneteenth events on the steps of the CCB building. And I think I'll be asked to do it again. Excited about that. Again, I do a lot in Fitchburg. I do a lot with the South Madison Juneteenth events. I'm with the Fitchburg Department Association. I'm one of the vendor coordinators for the Madison Night Markets. I've sang 3 times already for the national anthem for the home opening games for the Ford Madison soccer team. I love that stadium. I am my own owner and operator of Sweets by Sweets Bakery. And I believe, had to take a little breath. Yeah, so that's all that I have for that. Now, moving forward, as far as a brief summary statement of why I think that I should receive my pardon. Honestly, I made mistakes. I have not reoffended. I am also a person who reaches out to people who has offended and get back into reentry and talks about the importance of what you've done now, how it can affect you in the future. I committed these crimes when I was 23 years of age. I was a single mom, still a single mom, but fortunately my kids are grown now. I'm a grandmother now, grandmother of 9. I am a fiancée. I am about to be married. I took my first international trip last year, first cruise. So there's a lot of firsts coming on with me. And I will stand here today and tell all of you, yeah, I made mistakes, but I'm not going to ever let those mistakes define me of who I am today. If anything, I feel like some of those mistakes have made me who I am today. And I'm proud of the woman that I have become. I'm 49 years of age. I'm counting down the last days before I turn 50. And I'm trying not to jump all over the place, but you all, I'm extremely excited of where my life is going. And I'm just proud. I'm proud. But to finish that statement, I'm sorry, because I got the rumbling on. 2 things that I am trying to do in my life. Yes, I am trying to become a political figure. So that is one of the reasons that I want to get my record pardon, but also because of my career. I graduated after working for my degree for so many years, and now that I have it, now have my bachelor's administration, my BA's in business administration that I got from Lakeland. It was tough, but I did it. I walked across that stage in 2022. My goal is to be a CEO of a couple of organizations here that I have my mind on, if not start my own. And I just really want to be one of the best candidates and be in the best position and be the best that I can give. So
thank you, Ms. Boseman. Appreciate it. And that was a lot of detail. I think we have a couple questions for you, Judge Premers.
Good morning, Ms. Boseman. So I'm tired just listening to all the things you've done. Very, very impressive. And you know, your community should be very thankful for all the things you've done. Having said that, I do have a couple of questions. First of all, it looks like you had a fair amount of trouble when you were on probation getting it done. I mean, there are a couple of 2005, there was an absconder status in 2006, and then ultimately in 2007, you were revoked. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And so how much time did you end up serving in custody as a result of that revocation?
The revocation ended up being a total of 13 months that I was in there. By the time I was revoked and went back in front of the judge, there was a lot of time served, which I was grateful for. So time was served, and then I was able to, I think it just came down to, during the sentencing, I think I may have had a total of like 8 months left. So with that, that's what they gave me, Huber. But during that time of the revocation, might I point out, yes, I was also a trustee in the Dane County Jail. So
good.
It's not really good, but it was helpful.
Okay, so you ultimately finished custody around somewhere around 2008. Is that about right?
Yep, I think it was February 2008 is when I was released. Yes.
All right. And do you still owe restitution for all of these checks?
Now, I just found that out about a week ago. The DA's office reached out to my attorney, who's been helping me with this, letting me know that I still owed some restitution. So what I'm in the process of doing now with Department of Correction is getting all of that, because part of my restitution that I paid, I signed a wager consignment. So the funds was taken out of my checks to to DOC, and DOC were the ones that was paying off my victims. I was unsure of which ones that were paid off because I had no notification of that. However, I am working with Legal Action of Wisconsin, which I signed something for them to get all of that stuff from DOC so we can get that rectified. Yes, sir.
So how much do you still owe?
Honestly, sir, I do not know. I was on supervision for over 9 years and I maintained full-time employment. So I never got receipts.
Okay. I just want to know if you have an idea of how much you still owe in restitution.
Nope, I don't know that. And again, this was information that I just found out about a week ago. So DOC has not gotten back to me, letting me know what is what.
Okay. The reason I asked is because in your application, you indicate that you're currently following a payment plan.
Yes. So that was, okay. So what that was, and I'll just be a little bit clear about that. The payment plan was for court fees. So when I got on CCAP and I was finding out that I still had court fees. So according to the date of this application, that was from court fees. I had no knowledge of the restitution until about a week ago.
Okay. I just want to know, short answer.
Okay.
How much are you paying on a monthly plan right now?
No, because that right there that you have, that is paid in full. Again, the restitution is what I'm waiting on to find out what is owed on that. Court fees should be at 0.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions from the board? All right. Thanks very much, Ms. Boseman. I think that covers it, and hope you enjoy the rest of your morning. Thanks for your time today.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Next up, we have Chad Reynolds. Mr. Reynolds.
Yeah, go ahead. Good morning.
Good morning.
How's everybody?
Great. How are you?
Back in the mid 80s, after I graduated in 84. Okay. And I got in a little bit of trouble with delivery of controlled substance, which was a small amount. It was a 1/4 gram. And after that, they were led into forgery and theft. And went through all my sentencing. The first one was a year of probation, 15 days, which was completed in 88. And the forgery and theft was 3 years probation, 6 months. That was completed in 95. And since then, there has been no trouble, drug-free. I used to work when General Motors was still in town in Janesville. I worked at Lear Seating for 18 years. After that, got CDLs, went through heavy equipment school, got all certified, all 3 branches of that, and been fully employed. Been married for almost 20 years, 2 beautiful stepdaughters, 1 beautiful granddaughter. And I'm hoping this would kind of help me, since I haven't been no trouble since the late 80s. And my biggest thing I would love is to vote again, because I haven't been able to, and restore my gun rights so I can take the granddaughter deer hunting when she's ready. But other than that, I'm pretty nervous. And
Mr. Reynolds, I think we can move to questions and get any other information we need there. But before we do, I just wanted to touch on the comment you made about voting. Felons in Wisconsin are generally eligible to vote as long as you finished your probation or parole. So regardless of what happens today, I would encourage you to just confirm with the attorney that you are eligible to vote, because based on the information in front of us, it looks like you would be.
See, that I
Um,
was not aware of that. I'm sorry.
it's a really common misunderstanding, and is why I wanted to say that while we have so many
Thank
folks
you.
with us on the Zoom and watching on Wisconsin because I would encourage you to do that.
Thank you.
But let's go ahead and see if we have questions from board members. Judge Kremers.
Good morning, sir. I have just two areas I wanted to ask you about. One, did you pay looks like on the forgery case, you were ordered to pay $4,000 or so in restitution, and did you pay that?
Yes, that was all completed by the end of 95. It was all paid back.
Okay, and then according to our records in 1994, you were charged in Rock County with a second-degree sexual assault. Is that correct?
Yes, but that
So
was
you were
dismissed
charged.
because it was
Go ahead.
it was dismissed because it was a bogus claim.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yep.
Other questions for Mr. Reynolds? No? All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Reynolds. I think that covers everything from us, and hope that you enjoy the rest of your morning. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you guys for your time.
Thank you. All right. Our next applicant is Mark Smith. Mr. Smith, we will turn it over to you. I thought we had Mr. Smith in here at one point.
Let's see him.
All right. We will come back to Mr. Smith and move on in the meantime to Isha Boyd. Ms. Boyd, I believe I saw you.
Uh-oh.
Ms. Boyd, oh, there we are. Perfect.
Hello, thanks for having me, first of all. My name is Isha Boyd, and I do want to thank you for this opportunity. I'll go over my brief summary of offenses. Robbery with use of force, bail jumping, which is also a felony, forgery, uttering. The disposition was 3 years state prison, and I think for the forgery, uttering, it might have been probation. I can't remember if some of these sentences had gone together or were separate charges. It's been so long, but again, it was probation for 3 year state prison. I think I was pretty clear in my summary that I wrote to you guys, but I'll just say this. I just did not have a value system. I did not have any morals at that time. I talked a bit about kind of how I grew up, and I was just kind of raising myself, to be quite honest. So I'm not really going to make excuses. I just think that I didn't have the tools to make the proper decisions at that time, just due to my environment and some of my trauma. Brief summary of accomplishments. I was a small business owner in Milwaukee from 2013, I believe, until 2018. I owned a hair store. I had a second location from 2017 to 18, I think, in Racine, Wisconsin. I have subsequently received I went to Bristol Community College, received my associate's degree in social work. I have received my bachelor's degree. I'm walking across the stage tomorrow. Also in social work. I graduated with honors with a 3.9 GPA, so I'm very proud of that. I was the Newman Civic Fellow at Bristol Community College. I won the Bartlett Scholarship for this last year for Bridgewater. I was the African American Alumni of the Year for Bristol Community College this last year. I did my internship at High Point Treatment Center, substance use, for about 11 months, while simultaneously working at St. Vincent's, which is a group home. I work in a cottage, kids 4 to 12 years old. I have entered into or been accepted to graduate school, an advanced standing program that will run from September till May. I received my master's degree in social work while doing my clinicals at my current job in a different capacity as a clinical social worker for the children that I work with. A brief statement kind of on why I wouldn't say I should get a pardon, but really would like a pardon. There were some internships that I did want to do that because was one of those things that I wanted to do and I couldn't. So it's been a hindrance in that aspect. And in the end, I'd like to be a lawyer. I like to be able to go into a prison and see my clients. I like to be able to advocate. Due to my past history and my knowledge of trauma, I want to work in the criminal justice system. Somebody like me could have benefited from seeing someone like me who has had the traumatic experiences in childhood, been incarcerated. I know what it takes to be able to overcome these things. And it's not easy, but to see somebody that understands what you'll have to go through, I think has made a difference for a lot of people I've advocated for. And really, that's all I have. If you have questions, I don't want to hold you too long. I just do want you to understand, I really don't have excuses, but due to my college education, I've developed a lot of tools to understand how we can reach some of those kids like me who are really saddled with not understanding how to move forward past records and incarceration. So that's all I have.
Thank you, Ms. Boyd, and congratulations on your upcoming graduation.
Thank you so much.
Yeah. I have just one question for you. There was a unemployment benefit case that you had from, I think, 2015. Could you tell us, has that been paid back, or what's the status of that?
So it hasn't been paid back yet. The original amount was $23,000, but I've got it down to $4,800. At this present time, I think I'm looking at the receipt here. So I do have a payment plan in place at this point. It's $80 a month, but they're also able to take my tax return. So I anticipate this next year, it'll be fully paid and completed. So that's kind of where I am on that situation.
Okay, yeah, that's a significant amount of progress on that.
Yes,
questions from other board members? No, all right, I think that covers it. Thank you very much, Ms. Boyd. Congratulations again on your graduation tomorrow, and thank you for your time this morning.
Thank you. Have a good day.
Thank you. All right, and we are still working on getting Mr. Smith connected to audio. So we will do our next applicant, which is Riva Mclan. There we are, Ms. Mclan. Oh, you're still on mute.
Okay. Hello. Okay, I'll start, jump right in. So in 2007, I was convicted of burglary, building or dwelling, party to a crime. This conviction resulted from a situation between my cousin and I over stolen property from my garage and her home. I was sentenced to 4 months house of correction with work release privileges and 4 years probation. I successfully completed probation May of 2013. In August 2021, I graduated from Herpst University, earning an LPN, licensed practical nurse diploma. Helping others and serving my community is my passion. On October 19th, 2022, I passed the NCLEX exam, and I currently work as a nurse at a rehabilitation facility. My reason for wanting a pardon is to obtain a multi-state nursing license, increase employment opportunities in the nursing field, and to restore my civil rights. The crime took place 18 years ago. I have not had any criminal charges or convictions prior to or after the crime. Since the conviction, I have had 2 children, and I've worked full-time as a child care administrator director for the past 11 years.
Oh, Ms. Mclan, I think you froze for a moment there.
Oh, I was done.
Oh, okay, got it.
Sorry.
Nope, thank you. Just want to make sure I didn't miss anything. All right, so we'll open up for questions from the board. Questions for Ms. Mclan. Cindy.
And can we go back to the crime itself, Ms. Mclan? What actually did you do to commit this crime?
We notified my father that there was money that my cousin had saved, well, her boyfriend had saved, hidden at her house. So that's how I was a party to the crime.
Okay. And did you borrow her car that had the home key on it and make a copy of the home key?
I did not. I was using my mother's car.
Okay. So in your statement about the crime, you say that the your cousin fabricated the story to police for revenge. I'm not sure I understand what you mean by that.
Well, because the money was returned to her. Her boyfriend had made threats to myself and my father and other family members, and he was someone that I believe to be capable of that. So the co-defendant, which was my father, I just told him that, you know, I wanted him to return the money, and he did. But she continued to pursue the charges, said that there was jewelry taken, other things taken, and that the money was taken.
Okay, so do you feel like you did something wrong here? I'm just trying to understand what.
I do. I definitely should not have involved my father or told him about what was going on. I should have just let it go. I was very hurt. I felt betrayed. Her and I had became rather close, and I just reacted off of emotion.
And do you have any relationship with the victim today?
I do not.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions for Ms. Mclan? None? All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Mclan. Appreciate your time this morning and hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and we do have Mr. Smith connected to audio on the Zoom now, I believe. So, Mr. Smith, if you're ready, we'll turn it over to you.
Hello.
Hello.
Can
We
you
could
hear me?
see, yeah, we could see you for a minute, Mr. Smith, but your video doesn't appear to be on now. Are you able to get that working?
The video?
Yeah.
Not tech savvy, so okay. I think yes. How
There
about
we
that?
go. Yep, perfect. All right, go ahead.
Okay, good morning. I'd like to say good morning to you all and thank you for your time. Briefly here, I want to my name is Mark Smith, and I want before you with two cases actually. One was attempted burglary, party to a crime. It occurred in March of 1983. And I also have a felon in possession of a firearm. And this offense happened January of 1990. As far as the burglary go, 1983, I served 3 years probation, completed the probation. The firearm offense that I had 1990, I served 30 days in the jail, county jail, sits it, and I had a 2-year probation, and I think I had a restitution which I paid and completed the sentence. To elaborate on the offenses, the attempted burglary, party to a crime. I was at school at OIC going for auto mechanics, and I was getting out of class, and I ran into a Krell. We stayed in the same neighborhood, and Krell, he had a sister that I liked, and he said that him and his sister lived together, and he asked me, did I want to come by and have a few beers? And I said yes. I asked him what time his sister got off. He told me around 5:30. So yes, I went over there with him. We stopped and got some beers. And after we was drinking few beers, he stated that he was gonna go down the hall and break into someone's apartment. So he went down the hall and left me in the house. I'm waiting for his sister to get off, and I heard noises. Like, I guess he was trying to get in through the door and couldn't get in. He came back in to the apartment and asked me would I give him a boost up to the window. I did. I was kind of scared. I didn't want him to know that, but I boosted him up to the window, and I was so nervous, I was shaking, and I told him I'm done. I can't do it. We came back to his apartment, to their apartment, and I gave him some money to go back to the liquor store. He didn't return. After 45 minutes or so, I went out to look for him, and then the police were out there. They had him already, and they grabbed me. I guess the lady downstairs seen us, me lifting him up to get into the person's window up above her, and she identified me and Carl, and that's how I got arrested with Mr. Krell. I wanted to go back and apologize to whomever. I don't even know if it's a man, woman, or whatever lived in that apartment. But I wanted to go apologize, but I thought I might have gotten whooped, to say the least. But, it bothered me for a while to have done that. But I did do it. I came up in 06 zip code. It was kind of a little rough back in the days to navigate through the gangs and not get in trouble. And being scared was a no-no. So they know that you're scared, you get preyed on. And for the other offense, the felon in possession of a firearm. I was driving, and they said I had a tail light out. I had a gun up under the seat. I did a serve time on, I think, 2 years, like I said, in 30 days in jail for that offense. The reason being I had the gun. I was at the Ritz on Center Street. It's a tavern. And I was coming out going home, and guys tried to rob me. They had guns. But they didn't get to rob me. So one came, I got in the car, and I drove off. And that I went and got a gun. Why? I don't know. They had guns. I thought maybe if I had one, I'd be all right. I didn't have the gun very long, maybe about 2 or 3 weeks. But I did have it. But I did get rid of it. I gave it to an older fella. The gun that I got caught with, that was the problem that, the older fella, he gave me the gun that I had. And the police, they put me over, and I had it in the car. But
Mr. Smith, I don't want to cut you off, but I do want to make sure we get to questions. Could you just speak very quickly to why you're seeking a pardon and why you think you should be granted one before we do some questions?
Yes. Well, it's been a lot of years. I think of like 41 years since my first offense and 34 years since the second offense. And I was hoping that you grant me a pardon. I asked the Lord to forgive me. I'm in church. I'm a deacon. I help the youth. I go out in the neighborhood and make flyers. I make me some flyers up now. And I go to the troubled neighborhoods and try to get the youth. I'm trying to reach the youth while they're young, before they get out of control like I did. I volunteer at West Care down on 4th, but I suffer from spinal stenosis, and I injured my back after the holidays, so I hadn't been back, wasn't able. But I'm sorry that happened. The crimes that I did them, and apologize for them. I apologize to the Lord, so I apologize to you guys, and I'm trying to pay back for my crimes that I committed. I go out, hand out flyers, help people, trying to reach the youth. We got it bad. So, yeah, and want to see if I can redeem myself. It's that is hanging over me. It's been hanging over me. I call it the shame. It's the shame, shameful. And I knew better. I was brought up better. And so I'm trying to pay back wherever I can. So I thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Board members, does anyone have a question for Mr. Smith? None? All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Smith. I appreciate your time this morning, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. Thank you. All right. Take care.
Our next applicant is Jason Edehart. Mr. Edehart.
Okay, I think I have the mic going. I'm trying to get the audio. Oops.
Sounds good. Okay, perfect. And we'll turn it over to you.
First and foremost, thank you guys for being here. And thank you for this opportunity. I understand. I mean, even just, the last governor and whatnot, I know this wasn't even a viable option. So the fact that I'm able to speak to you guys today, I understand how significant that is. So thank you for that. So brief summary of my offense and how my sentence went. So my felony charge is driver operate a vehicle without consent. I had taken my mom and my stepdad's truck at the time to acquire drugs. At this time in my life, I was young. I was 20 years old when I committed this offense. I was struggling very much with heroin addiction at the time. And overall, my sentence went well enough, but it was not perfect. So immediately after committing this offense, I had gone to jail for about a week. And I went door to door from jail to Nova, which is a 30-day, but for heroin addicts, it was 5 weeks. It's an inpatient program in Oshkosh, which I successfully completed. And I, by choice, and also agreed upon with everyone, my care team, I went door to door from Nova to a program called Roots Recovery in Milwaukee. It's a sober living facility. It's a 6-month program. So I went directly there. Here is basically to touch on where it didn't go perfect for me. I don't know if you guys have personal experience with substance abuse or know someone, things like that. It can be tough. It doesn't always go perfect. It did not for me. So in my first year of recovery, I did have 2 relapses, one of which resulted in an overdose of mine. I was on felony probation at the time, of course, which obviously that was a violation of my probation, which resulted in me going to MSDF in Milwaukee for about 6 months, a little less. I was given an inpatient rehab, which made sense given the circumstances of the overdose. So I understood that. Obviously, it was unfortunate to spend 6 months there, but it's part of my story. Full transparency, my second relapse was leaving MSDF. I had used for 2 days, and then I went directly back to Roots Recovery. Not to take away from the significance of that, but recovery's tough. I had a couple bumps in the road, those being the 2, and just the program, some of us want, we're all there not because we want to be, it's an incarcerated facility. But some people had better intentions than others. And unfortunately, I just was not strong enough at the time. I was offered free drugs when I got out, and I was not able to overcome that. The pro of that is in fact the last time I used to date. So I got out of MSDF on December 14th of 2014, and my sobriety date is December 16th of 2014. So I'll have 10 years of no drugs and alcohol this December, which I'm very proud of. So moving on from there, I might touch on a bit more what I just described, but I'm going to move on to number 2, which would be a brief summary of what I've done since. So again, I'd gotten out of MSDF. I did use, unfortunately. I've remained sober since joining Roots again, recovery. I completed a 6-month program successfully. this time around, so my second time. And then upon graduation from that program, I became a manager at that facility. I managed for about, I think it was just shy of a year. During this time and during my recovery, I sponsored countless young men. I attended many, many meetings. I hosted meetings. I was treasurer at meetings. I was very involved. I spoke at meetings as well, both in the groups, but also telling my story. So after being a manager for approximately a year or just shy of that, I did the responsible thing because I was kind of starting my own apartment, kind of the next step of recovery, which, you know, is kind of a big step, but small in the grand scheme of life. But at the time it was big. I moved out with Josh Doro, who was another manager at the program. So we were kind of, you know, I guess accountability buddies. It was a safe way to kind of take that next step. I'm still friends with Josh today. We became friends while getting sober together, and we signed a year lease, which went well. And again, I continued to sponsor, go to meetings, all that good stuff at the time. I worked a lot of odd jobs at the time. And eventually I went on to go to school at MATC for substance abuse counseling. It was a 24 credit program. I maintained a 4.0 the entire time, which I'm also very proud of. And at the end of that, I did receive my SACIT from the state of Wisconsin. I went on to counsel at a program called Wis Hope Recovery. It was formerly known as Sal's Recovery in Waukesha, if you guys are familiar or not. I counseled there for approximately 2 years. We had a great team. It was a lot of fun. Obviously very meaningful work as well, but it was a great experience. And again, I mean, I had a great supervisor as well and mentor who was one of my character letters, Charlie Schrouth. And again, just a lot of great people, it was a good experience. After doing that for approximately 2 years, I decided I wanted to go about something different and just kind of look for change in my life. To be honest, more so financially speaking. Again, it was very meaningful work. I enjoyed my time. I don't regret it whatsoever. But you know, as you may know, helping professions, it's more of a passion project. You can make money, but it's only so much. So I decided to make a change at this time. At this point, I met someone his name's Jimmy Frazier. He's another one of my character letters. I met him through my stepsister, actually. And I started working with FedEx, FedEx Ground. I've been there now for 4 years. I started on as just a driver, and I also, during this time when I first started driving, it's an example of just kind of where the pardon holds you back. For one, I barely got this job in the first place. Most background checks, which they run background checks, take about a week to go through. Mine took almost a month, to the point that I did not think I was going to get this job. I later found out, because I knew Jimmy in my personal life, and I'd befriended him a bit, and he just started to get to know me as a person. He had pulled some strings and actually filed some paperwork for me, which is the only reason I got that job. Also in this time, or my first year as a driver, I applied because I was trying to always kind of escalate my career and financially speaking as well. I applied for a job with UPS, union job. I'm like, cool, I like doing this. This is a nice step. I got the job. I even signed a W-4 and everything. I thought maybe it was similar to FedEx, where I just kind of barely got by on the background check. They reached out to me a few days after that, telling me, unfortunately, they could not hire me, and I lost that opportunity. And again, going back to, you know, with Jimmy, the only reason I even got this job and I'm where I'm at today is because he saw my character and gave me a shot. So my felony, I will not let it stop me from being successful, but it makes me work twice as hard, and I will continue to do that, but it is difficult. And the only success I've really found is just through connections and just jumping through the hoops and circumventing society because of this. So moving on, after about a year of driving, I was promoted to manager. I ran a crew of about 15 drivers for my first crew. This was with Jimmy and my boss, Mac. They were trying to get out of FedEx at the time. I ran their company successfully for approximately a year before they sold. I was in charge of literally everything short of payroll. I did scheduling, hiring, background checks. I was in charge of the company card. I'd get gas cards, make sure all the drivers were good. Just pretty much everything that comes with running a crew. They sold about a year later to new owners. I ran their crew as well. I helped them scale their business. I doubled it in size in the first year. We went from having 15 employees to 30. We expanded 100% as far as our territory. And again, I was in charge of all the staffing, all the hiring, everything with that. A quick side note as well, and it's kind of a unique perspective, while hiring and being able to, I guess, offer jobs to people, you know, it's an unfortunate circumstance where I was able to get this job and I have not had a single felon approved at all. And it's kind of bittersweet for me because I actually understand. And then I have to call them and tell them, I'm sorry, like I can't hire you. I would disclose that information sometimes, not always, but it's it's an unfortunate thing that I see. And again, I'm fortunate as well that I was literally the only one I've seen in the last 3 years of running crews that was actually approved as a felon, which is insane. And so since then, yep, I ran that crew of 30 drivers. I basically was looking for some change a little bit. And also I just, to be honest, I got tired of making others successful. I'm good at managing. I enjoy doing it. You work very hard. My life and work balance was very off. So I took a brief change. I'm still at FedEx, but last year I took it upon myself to go to school once again. I received my CDL license and I've been doing that since. So yeah, so I got my CDL license, I believe, last August, and then I started working back at FedEx, same facility, since September. And then to move on to the last portion, why do I think I should receive a pardon? To be honest, it's kind of odd, and I guess I'll make this make sense, but I don't regret the felony. I try not to regret anything in life. I also feel, you know, I don't think I could have done this without that. You know, do I want a felony? Absolutely not. But at the time with my heroin addiction and choices in life, I needed the extra pressure. And my mom and my stepdad calling the police on me, I think we've had conversations about it. And I've honestly thanked them for it. I don't think they knew what to do at the time, and I did not either. And had they not done that, I wouldn't have gone to jail. I wouldn't have ended up Nova. I wouldn't have done a lot of the things that I had to do, because I was far beyond the delusional stage of I got this, to be honest, leading up to that crime. I knew I was stuck and I didn't know what to do. So, you know, as unfortunate as it is, and it's changed and affected my life, it's also in a positive way affected my life a lot. I learned how to be an actual man, an adult. I learned honesty, selflessness, all these things that I was lacking at the time. And it's really shaped me to be the person I am today, which I'm proud of who I am today.
Thank you, Mr. Edehart. I just want to make sure we get to any questions from the board.
I'm sorry. I know I'm going on. That's pretty much all I had anyways.
Okay, sounds good. Board members, any questions? Nope. All right. Okay, so I do think that covers it, but thank you very much, Mr. Edehart. Appreciate your time this morning and hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Sounds great. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Eric Leindecker.
Hello.
There we are. Good morning.
I'm actually impressed you got my name right the first time. Nobody ever does that.
I was going to ask, so I'm happy to have a lucky guess. Yeah. We'll turn it over to you.
Of course, thank you all for allowing me this opportunity. I really appreciate it. Getting into it, in 1997, I committed a number of crimes with a number of other individuals. As far as that, it came down to a lot of damage to property, criminal damage to property, some misdemeanor, some felony, as well as party to a crime, receiving stolen property, some burglary, I believe it was, and bail jumping. This amounted to a number of misdemeanors and some felonies. I'm here to ask for a pardon for all of them, I believe, which is possible because the felonies and misdemeanors were in the same case. If that's not possible, I understand it, and I'm okay with that. The sentencing from that went with, I believe I had 6 months of jail time and 6 years of probation, or 5 years probation, and they extended me for a year, if I remember correctly. During that time, I was a Huber inmate, work release, had no issues, went to work, came back, you know, a model citizen, if you will, in the system. As far as the probationary time, again, no issues. I think it was within the first year or second year, it was put on a call-in basis where my probation officer no longer needed to see me in person, just called in, let them know there was any changes, and we were fine. Everything I believe is paid off. I thought it was a long time ago, and then in 2012, my wife and I purchased a house, and at that time, we were notified that I still owed like $300 on the restitution end of it or something, or supervision fees. So we had to clear that up at that time. Since my sentencing and fulfillment of that, I have done a number of things in our community, I believe. In the early 2000s, I volunteered for a nonprofit local theater, which is now a prominent theater in our community. I was their sound engineer, light engineer, and at one point their tech director before leaving that company. Since then, I went on to work for another nonprofit as a cook. It is a live-in facility where all staff, cast, crew all live on site. So somebody who is there to help with that and facilitate their ability to be there. From there on, I went on to be the event director for Steelbridge Songfest, which is our largest music festival here in Sturgeon Bay. Or at the time was, it's no longer quite that. And our goal in that system was to preserve our downtown historic bridge, which I believe was a huge important part of our community because of what it does for our community. We recently gained a second downtown bridge. So without them, the emergency response time to our city and certain portions of our city would increase by 7 minutes. These are critical minutes in emergency response. So a part of that is why it was important for me to help do that work to save the bridge and make sure our infrastructure was there. We also revitalized the downtown historic district and our community. I currently am residing on the board of directors for Isadora Theater Company. I'm also their light and sound director, their tech director. Been doing that for just about 2 years. Outside of that, I've been a restaurateur. I've managed multiple places. I've owned a couple different businesses, trying to progress myself further and not let my history hold me back. In some ways, I believe that it does. That brings me to, I guess, why I'm looking for a pardon. Currently, I'm in sales. I'm selling appliances. It's a great job. I love the company I work for. However, it's not really where I see my end game. I don't want to do this for the next 20 years. I would like to build up and be better for myself and be able to have a better income and a better future for myself and my wife. That said, I know one of the jobs I was looking at was going into real estate and working with a company that I know. I believe that my felonies would hold me back from that, but I'm not entirely sure. Outside of that, I'd also like to travel. Canada, Mexico, a couple places. I'd like to go overseas to a couple places, visit some friends that I've made over the years in different ways. I'd like to hold public office. Given my work in the community, I'm very well known. It's hard for me to walk into a room and not shake hands and know somebody. And I have a lot of community support, I believe, if I were to run for office as a alderman or other position in our city. It's also just a personal goal of mine. I haven't felt like a whole human or a whole citizen since 1997, since my conviction. And I just want to be me again. I want to be able to feel like a full member of society. And lastly, and leastly, is restoring gun rights. I have a number of friends that hunt. I would like to do that as well with them. We also have a gun range here in town, and they have leagues, and I'm a competitive sports person. I play in league volleyball, I play in league darts, I've done pool league, things like that. I enjoy the competition. It's a fun way to relax and socialize.
Thank you, Mr. Leindecker. Questions from the board? Cindy.
Good morning. So you described this series of crimes as a spree, which I think is probably pretty accurate. There were 26 offenses in all. Yeah. Damage to vehicles, a church, school buses, schools, homes. I mean, as a homeowner now, and I assume you own a vehicle, can you speak about, in retrospect, the impact on all the victims of this spree over many weeks?
Yeah, absolutely. I realized that the hardships it could cause as a homeowner. If I wasn't in a position where I could easily replace a window, for example, which is what it was, I could say it would be detrimental and difficult for a family or even a single person just to not have that security, safety part of their home, you know.
And you explained this, you didn't submit any letters of support. You wrote that no one is aware of your past crimes except your wife.
Yeah, I don't feel that I would be in a position that I am now or where I am in life now had I been more forthcoming and outright with my history. The only time I ever brought it up was in two instances or two circumstances, would be, of course, job applications. If it was required, I would tell them. And also, I'd bring it up here and there if I found somebody who was younger who was struggling with what I was struggling with, being able to progress their life in this situation. I would say, hey, look, I've been in your situation. Here's what I've been doing with my life, despite of having that history and that past. And I feel like those are the times that I would bring it up, and it didn't really make it a part of my current life, I guess.
So, just my last question, you talked about peer pressure.
Yes.
And you've remained in the community where this all occurred, and you did this with 3 other co-defendants, I think. Do you still have contact with them?
Very minimal with 2 of them. One of them still lives in the community. He's also another business owner. So he's been, I mean, they've all been on the right path. They've all been doing better. None of them have committed further crimes, I don't believe. Otherwise, minimal contact with the 2 of them.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Landecker? No? All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Landecker. Appreciate your time this morning and hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
All right. You as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Alan Swain. Mr. Swain, we can get you on video and unmuted. We will turn it over to you. There we go.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Alan Swain. I had a felony charge in January of 2006 and another felony charge in April of 2006. The first one was for operating a vehicle without owner's consent. And the other one was forgery uttering. I was given 2 years probation for both of them. I think it was for both of them, and they both ran concurrent. And I ended up getting state sentence and did a little time in Huber and had work release. But while I was on probation, I maintained employment. I attended college while also doing community service, which I was told to do by the court, which I still do actually, and volunteering for various nonprofit organizations, government campaigns, food pantries, churches, schools. I also started a staffing agency in 2014 and online job board helping felons and unemployed people with resources to help them with resumes, find jobs, and other job opportunities. I also have a certificate in manufacturing and a certificate in welding from WRTP Big Step program. I received that in 2012. I also have attended college at Springfield College. I have, I think about 10 more credits, and I'll have my bachelor's in human services. The reason why I want to, the reason why I feel I'm an exceptional candidate to be granted a pardon is, well, it's been 18 years and counting, and I feel I've been a positive influence and role model in my community and amongst my peers since I've made those mistakes years ago, which was early in my life. I've been an outstanding citizen, and I feel I'm an exceptional candidate to be granted a pardon. I'm also regretful for the actions that I made when I was younger. And I think with this pardon to give me a sense of comfort, knowing that my mistakes was forgiven. So that's about it. And I thank the board and the governor for this opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Swain. Questions from board members? Judge Grumers.
I got a few questions for you here. Good morning, sir. First of all, with respect to the operating vehicle without owner's consent, at the time of the criminal complaint, you told the police you knew the car was stolen, and partly because it was a $20,000 to $30,000 car and you only paid $1,000 for it. But in your application for pardon here, you said you didn't know it was stolen. So Which is it? Did you
You
know
said
the
I,
car?
I,
Did you know
I
the
didn't
car?
know the car. I didn't. Well, in retrospect, paying $1,000 for a car, you know something is wrong in retrospect.
No, not retrospect. At the time that you did it, when you got caught, did you know the car was stolen?
Yeah, I did.
Okay, because in your application, you said you didn't know that. Similarly, in the forgery case, in the complaint, it said you told the police you admitted presenting the slips at the bank and receiving the money. In other words, you're the one that went up to the teller, handed him the slips, and got the cash. But in your application, you kind of said, no, all you did was walk in the bank and your accomplice did it. So again, which one are we to believe? What you said at the time you got arrested or what you put in your application?
I don't really recall me saying, well, that was so long ago.
Well,
Yeah,
forget
I
what you
don't.
told forget what you told the police. Did you go up to the teller with the forged
No,
slip?
no, I did, because that's why I was like, I don't even recall even saying that to the police or at all.
Because the teller said it was you, and you told the police it was you. So I'm just trying to make sure I understand the position.
Right. Yeah. At the present time, I was in the bank, but I wasn't in the bank by myself.
Okay, but who went up and handed the slip to the teller?
Oh, my co-defendant.
Okay, because the teller says it was you, and you say it was you to the police at the time. That's why I'm confused. Because now you're saying it wasn't you that actually presented the slip to the teller.
At the present time, I didn't present any slips to the teller.
Okay. All right. And then my last question is, it looks like maybe you have a lien from Milwaukee County for unsatisfied public assistance of about $5,900. Do you know anything about that?
No.
Did you get public assistance from Milwaukee County? Either in food stamps or other kinds of assistance?
No, I haven't. I know for a fact that's probably, and what's crazy, that's probably my father have the same name.
I see.
I'm actually a junior. So it's sometimes things on like CCAP get confused with me and him. So yeah, I don't have any like rears with food stamps or anything like that.
Okay. I mean, we certainly have seen other instances where the records were not correct. So I'm just asking.
Yeah, no, that's not. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Swain? No? All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Swain. I appreciate your time this morning, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, our next applicant is Kelvin Buckner. Mr. Buckner, we're ready to hear from you. And then just a point of order before we do, Anthony, I believe you're recusing on this one, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, great. Well, Mr. Buckner, the rest of the board is ready to hear from you. Oh, you're still muted, Mr. Buckner. Cannot hear you, no. It looks like you're still muted in the Zoom, so I'm going to ask one of my team members to kind of prompt you to unmute and see if we can get you a pop-up. Okay, you should be seeing a prompt to unmute. Mr. Buckner, is that popping up on your end? Can you give me a thumbs up if that's the case?
Thumbs too close.
Oh, okay. I think you're still muted, Mr. Buckner. Tell you what, we're going to go to the next applicant and come back to you. And in the meantime, someone from my team will reach out and try to help you troubleshoot the issue, okay? All right, so we will come back to Mr. Buckner, but in the meantime, we will go to Corey Locke. Mr. Locke, I see you are here and ready.
I am. How are you guys today?
Great, thank you.
So a summary of my offense. When I was 17 years old, I actually was attending college and had roommates. I was living as an emancipated minor in Oshkosh, Wisconsin, and we had an underage drinking party that got broken up by the police, and some of the things that they took from the house, they took a house plant with marijuana plants growing in it. The next day, the Oshkosh Mcke unit came and knocked on my door and took a statement from me saying that they were mine, and said maybe they'll charge me with it, maybe they won't. They were pretty small plants, so they were hopeful that they wouldn't. And it took them a year to the day to come back and to charge me with the crime, which was felony manufacture of THC. I believe I've included a picture in the file, a Polaroid picture taken by one of the Mcke unit officers, or Mcke unit enforcement. And I was put on probation for that. In the meantime, I had managed to also get in trouble with a misdemeanor charge as well. So I was on probation for two different things at the same time. My probation for my felony offense was, the sentence went well. I was let off of the probation, not revoked. I was let off and haven't had any kind of crimes, drug related or otherwise, since. So I think that the sentence went well. And since then, it was in 1997 when the incident happened, or when they charged me with it in 1996 when it actually happened. So it's been close to 30 years that I've been carrying that around with me. Since then, I've managed to just be a productive member of society. I'm currently employed at the same place for the last 11 years. Although my felony has been a hindrance in many cases, I've managed to earn the respect of my peers and maintain good standing in where I am. I'm currently married. I have 2 children, one's 6 and one's 11. And as far as community service goes, I volunteer regularly for Feed My Starving Children through my employer. And because of what I do for work, I'm very involved in the community, and Market Source is a big company where we live in Minneapolis. Target is one of our biggest contracts is with Target, and there's quite a few Targets here. So we have a lot to do with staffing and influencing the youth of this community. So as far as why I deserve a pardon, well, I mean, I did the crime, so I don't know that I do, but I certainly have been carrying it around with me for quite some time. It has hindered me countless times, and not just my career. I've been turned down. I've been turned down for promotion at my current career quite a few times because of it, because there's a lot of driving having to do with what I do. I've also been denied many places to live. Most of Minnesota is run by Renters Warehouse, and they won't rent to somebody who has a felony, no matter how long it's been. Now in 2020, my wife and I, we bought a house, and we live here in Coon Rapids, and I guess I just want to feel like a whole member of society again. and that's why I'm asking for a pardon.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Cindy.
Good morning, Mr. Locke. In addition to the felony that you're requesting a pardon for, you had a number of other offenses, a 96 misdemeanor theft, a 98 misdemeanor resisting, a 99 misdemeanor disorderly conduct. Can you talk about what were the specifics or what was going on there?
Yeah, when those charges they did happen prior to me being charged with the felony, but the felony happened first. They happened in between the time. And at that time in my life, I was 17, turning 18, and kind of coming out of a very, we'll say, just a dysfunctional environment, trying to get it all figured out myself, I guess. So my misdemeanor theft, I had stolen a car stereo out of a car and gotten in trouble for that. And the resisting was tied to that, because when they had tried to pick me up on the warrant for it, I avoided them. I locked the door and said I wasn't home. So that's what that would have been. And those misdemeanors were charged separately. And I'm no longer on probation for any of that, but they were separate charges, not having to do with the felony. But they did happen, and I did complete my probation for all of them.
And the disorderly conduct, what was the disorderly conduct?
The disorderly conduct, I believe we were moving. Upon being released from jail, we were moving street barricades on my street. They had our sidewalks were barricaded off, and we drug them out to the street so that we could play hockey in the middle of the night. And they came and they gave me a fine for that. I didn't realize that was a misdemeanor. I thought that was a municipal. But yeah, I can just chalk that up to just being young and stupid. I was about 18 years old or so when that happened, and I believe. And yeah.
Well, it was a long time ago, I'll grant you that. So your memory is pretty good. Last question. You've had, as you acknowledge in your application, 3 OWIs in 11 years, the last one in 2009. Are you involved in any treatment to date, or do you?
I'm not anymore. I did have to go through treatment to get my license back, and to be able to drive again, back in 2000, and it happened in 2008, which was also a rough point in my life, losing family members and that kind of thing. But I was managing a bar at the time, so I was in a very non-conducive atmosphere for that kind of thing, and I had just had one too many when I had left to go home. I made it. I made it about a block, and actually somebody ran a stop sign and hit me. And while we waited for the police, it came out that I had some drinks, and my legal limit, because that was my third OWI, my legal limit was 0.05, and I think I blew a 0.06. And that's how I got my third. I don't drink or use at all, and especially, of course, understand the seriousness of drinking and driving. One of the things I do for my current job, like I said, we're very involved in staffing the targets here, the electronics department for targets. So we go through a lot of people, and a lot of them are youths, and a lot of them are troubled youths. I do take it upon myself to be a role model, and just a good example of leadership for what what their lives could look like versus what they should look like, and how the levity of those kind of choices and what they can make. I make sure that I'm very open about my past and where it's brought me now. And again, I don't have any regrets or anything like that, but I would like to be, again, a whole citizen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Locke. Any other questions? All right, hearing none. Thank you very much for your time this morning, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and I do believe we have Mr. Buckner back on the line, hopefully with audio working this time. So Mr. Buckner, if you are ready, we will turn it over to you.
Oh my God. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Success.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning. So wishing that I could be granted from the governor and the board a pardon for my past crimes, numerous disorderly conduct, batteries, possibly. Don't remember everything. Charged with I was party to the crime of some gun stuff, and crime of the drugs possession. Currently I had a stroke back in 2019 working at Milwaukee Electric Tools, which was Imperial Blades before then, as a spot welder. I had a stroke while I was working there, and everything just got discombobulated. So I am disabled. Trying to move forward in life, and I apologize for my mistakes. The only regret I have is not facing up to being the man that I am today. I've learned from my mistakes. I have 9 daughters and 1 son. Even though they're all grown, I apologize. I still try to, can you hear me?
We can, yeah.
I still active in their lives, and I'm just trying to make it easier. I have grandchildren, I don't even know what else to say, but I wish and hope and pray that the governor gives me and the board approve for me a pardon for my past crimes. And
Thank you, Mr. Buckner.
Thank you.
We'll see what questions the board has for you. I have just one to get us started. It looks like you have a couple of misdemeanor charges or incidents related to domestic abuse, kind of from the late 80s and 90s. Could you tell us a little bit about what was going on there?
Yes, ma'am. Young, inexperienced, trying to find my way. Young lady that I had children by had some issues where she wanted to do everything she wanted to do and not take care of our children properly. And that's where we bumped heads. Whether it was arguing or she called the police because she knew I was going to get on her heels about the children and what was going on. And, I even got picked up I went down to Florida, and she called the police on me and had them waiting on me when I came back from Florida, and I hadn't even seen her yet. Just petty stuff. We're the best of friends now. We done grew up, and but yeah, young and inexperienced.
Got it. Okay, thank you, Mr. Buckner. Other questions from the board? Judge Kremers.
I have a couple of questions. One, along that same line. In 1998, you were convicted of a felony child abuse, intentionally causing harm, but then it looks like it was reopened and amended to child neglect. What was that about?
That was my son that I had took custody of because his mother was on drugs, went to court and got adjudicated as the father, and he just grew up to be something different. Tried to do the best I could, but he lied. I did not abuse my child. That happened at school, and the police said to me and took me to jail, and they told me I was lying and my youngest daughter was lying, who was on the school bus with him.
Okay. All right. And my other question is about the 2004 crime where you're convicted of discharging, as party to a crime, discharging a firearm from the vehicle. I guess you were driving the car when shots were fired from the car into several houses. where there are people inside, or at least one house where there's a person or people inside. So tell me about that crime. What happened there? What was your involvement? What was your knowledge of what was going on?
Okay, nothing happened until I got to my nephew's house, who was the co-defendant. Some kind of way gunshots was fired while I was in his home over in Fitchburg. And the car I went over there in had got shot up, which was my brother's car. And I had to drive his car back to where I lived. I was living over there. I can't remember the name of the street, but it's off the west side. And happened to drive through in the neighborhood through this house. And I didn't know who occupied the house. And they just up guns and started shooting the two co-defendants.
So, but as you were driving the car, you knew they were shooting the gun out the window.
Yeah, but I lived a half a block.
I just want to make sure I understand what happened, because then when you were interviewed by the police, you said that nothing happened. Nobody fired any guns from the car.
I know I did. I don't, if that was said, I probably did say, I don't remember. Because that's
nobody ever said you fired a gun from the car. I just wanted to make sure I understood.
There was gunfire. It wasn't me.
Okay.
That's what I could say.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Other questions for Mr. Buckner? All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Buckner. Appreciate you taking the time to be with us today, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your morning.
You all too. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. That is our last applicant for the morning session. So at this time, I will entertain a motion to move into closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statute section 19.85 sub 1 sub A, D, and F for purposes of deliberations concerning cases before the board, considering specific applications and considering financial, medical, social, and personal histories of specific persons. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
And second, Anthony, lovely. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right. And at that point, we will move into closed session. Board members, I will ask you to give me just a moment to make sure that the live stream stops and that we get everyone back to the waiting. All right. And Eric, Jordan, Yuli, I'll just wait for confirmation from one of you that the live stream has stopped. Good morning, everyone. We're just letting folks in from the waiting room, so give us a couple of minutes to make sure everyone is connected to audio. Good afternoon, folks. If you're just joining us, we're just going to give it a minute to make sure everybody's in from the Zoom waiting room and we're connected to audio, and then we'll get started. Okay. I think we are mostly connected here. I am just going to wait for confirmation that our live stream is working, and then I will start introducing folks.
Stream is on YouTube now.
Thank you, Eric. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mel Barnes. I'm Chief Legal Counsel to Governor Evers and a member of the Pardon Advisory Board. I'm going to introduce my fellow board members. I'm going to go through a little bit of housekeeping and kind of a run of show for this afternoon, and then we will get started hearing from all of you. So with us today on the Zoom, we have board member Cindy O'Donnell. Cindy O'Donnell served as the Deputy Secretary for the Department of Corrections under Governors Thompson, McCallum, and Doyle, and also served as a Division Administrator under Attorneys General Lautenschlager and Van Hollen. We have board member Judge Jeffrey Kremers. who is Attorney General Josh Call's nominee to this board. He served as Milwaukee County Circuit Court Judge for 26 years, including serving as Chief Judge for 7 of those years before retiring in 2018. We also have board member Nadia Perez-Reyes, who is the Assistant Secretary for the Department of Children and Families. She previously worked as a state public defender and as an attorney for Legal Action of Wisconsin. We have board member Anthony Cooper Sr., who is the Vice President of Strategic Partnerships and Reentry Services for Nehemiah Center for Urban Leadership Development. Mr. Cooper received a pardon from Governor Evers in January of 2021. We also have board member Reverend John Mcke Sr., who is the founding pastor of Christ the King Baptist Church in Milwaukee and serves as the board chairman for King's Academy Christian School. He is also an associate chaplain for the Milwaukee County Sheriff's Department. All right, those are your board members this afternoon. We are all excited to hear from you, but I will just run through how we will handle hearing from applicants quickly so that we can have a smooth afternoon. And first, everyone, please remember that today's hearing is being live streamed on YouTube and Wisconsin Eye. We'll ask you to mute yourself and turn off your video until it is your turn to be heard by the board. That allows us to make sure we have good audio and that the board is able to focus on the person who is presenting. If you do run into any IT issues, don't worry about it. Someone from my team will reach out to you and help you troubleshoot. If we need to come back to you because you're having tech issues, we can do that, no problem. We will otherwise call folks up in the order listed on the agenda and open meetings notice. And each applicant will have about 5 members to present to the board. We'll ask you to spend the first 3 of those minutes answering the questions that were sent to you in advance. And then we will use the next 2 to see if the board members have any questions for you. Don't read into it too much either way, if there are questions or not. Sometimes everything is just answered by your application materials, but we do want to make sure that the board members have all of the information they need to make a recommendation to the governor. So I'm going to give you a quick reminder of those 3 questions that you're going to spend the first 3 minutes speaking to when it is your turn. The first is giving us a brief summary of the offense you're seeking a pardon for and how your sentence went. And remind you, we are not here to retry the crime. This is not a court proceeding. So please do not feel like you need to tell the story in a light that is favorable to you or minimize it in any way. We understand that these are offenses that you've been convicted of, and we are not a formal court here to retry the case. The second question we're going to ask you to speak to is a brief summary of what you've done since the completion of your sentence, including community involvement and employment. This is really just telling us where you're at in your life now and how it is different from the time when you committed your offenses that you're seeking a pardon for. And finally, third is just a brief statement about why you're seeking a pardon and why you think the governor should grant you one. Again, the board may or may not have questions, but I will try to cut you off if you're going too much over those 3 minutes answering questions, so that we make sure that the board can ask questions. Once you're done being heard by the board, you're welcome to sign off the Zoom. You do not need to hang out all afternoon. Once we've heard from everyone, the board will meet in closed session and decide whether or not to recommend your application for a pardon to the governor. You need a majority support of the board members present in order for your application to go on to the governor, who will then make the final decision about whether to grant or reject your application for a pardon. Either way, you will hear about the outcome of your application in about 1 to 2 months from today. Understand that it has been a long process to even get to the hearing today. So thank you for just having a little bit more patience so that we can do a thorough job in making those recommendations and then getting in touch with you. So with that, we will go ahead and begin with our first applicant for the afternoon session, and that is Andrew Budson. Mr. Budson? Oh, you are still on mute, sir.
Is that better?
It is.
Now can you see me and hear me okay?
Absolutely. Go
Good.
right ahead.
Great. Good afternoon, and thank you all for giving me the opportunity here. I'm here because 32 years ago, in 1992, I was convicted of a felony charge, delivery of a controlled substance party to a crime. Not something I'm proud of. I was doing drugs at the time and knew where to get them. Just happened to sell them to somebody that I met at a bar, and it ended up being an undercover officer. Again, something I'm not proud of, and I've never gone back to doing drugs again. I don't think that I would have made it through my life if I had been on drugs through it all. While on probation, I had a 9-month sentence in the House of Correction, 2 years of probation, and a 3-year stayed sentence, which went well. While on probation, my probation officer suggested that she might be able to help me get my pardon after it was all after probation was all over. I didn't pursue that with her. I got caught up in life and things happened, got away from me, and here I am today to try and do that. After my sentence was over, the girl that I was dating at the time and I moved out into our first apartment. Thereafter, about 1995, we got married, had a couple of kids. My son was born in 99, my daughter in 2001. And we moved out to Oconomowoc, trying to create a better atmosphere for our children, better upbringing for them than what we had in the city. We thought it would be beneficial to them to be out in the country and experience life without all the crime and things like that you see going on in the city. So we moved out there, and in 2004, my wife was diagnosed with cancer. We fought cancer for about 6 years until it finally worked its way into her brain and took her in 2010. Now, I don't know if this has any bearing on anything for you, but during the time that we were treating that cancer, we also lost my mother and my father-in-law, her father, in 2008 and 2009. So I was on my own. I had my father left with me to help me. However, he lived 300 miles away, and I was there raising 2 children as a single parent. I was involved in their lives. Got my son involved in football, wrestling, Future Farmers of America, and disc golfing. My daughter was into track, palms, and played in the high school band, flute, piccolo, and keyboard. They're doing well. My daughter, well, she's had a rough time, but hopefully she's getting better. And well, in 2016, I began dating my current wife, who I married in 2022. Now, the two of us are happily married. We've got the 4 children, who are all adults now, and we've also got 6 grandchildren, ranging in age from 1 all the way up to 13. We try to spend as much time with them as we possibly can. In 2020, Cindy was diagnosed with advanced stages of MS, and she can't do a lot on her own anymore. Doesn't drive. So I took a job working second shift so that I was able to take her to her appointments with the doctors and Ocrevus infusions and things like that. I'm happy with the job that I do. I'm a maintenance mechanic. I've been a maintenance mechanic for many, many years. I was in field service for 15 years, and I was a maintenance manager for 5 years. And I stepped down from maintenance management to take a job closer to home where I could be available if my wife needed me at any point in time. Spend the majority of my time away from my job helping her to enjoy life as much as possible. I know it's very difficult for her to do a lot of things, but I try and get her out there boating and camping and fishing, motorcycle riding, and riding the trails with the ATV. things like that. We're outdoors people. We love the outdoors. So, see, my work history is very solid. As I mentioned, I was in field service for 15 years. Prior to that, I had 14 years as an operations supervisor for a trucking company, Tax Air Freight, and TLC Services. Went on into field service after I left Tax Air with Badger and College Equipment and Videojet Technologies. Got out of field service and into something more stable, so I'm not traveling the country all the time. And now I work about 1.4 miles from home, so it's much better. Very easy commute. I've got an excellent attendance record, nearly perfect or perfect attendance throughout my careers. I didn't want to say a lot, but here I am doing it anyway. I don't know, the reason that I'm seeking a pardon, or there's many reasons I'm seeking a pardon actually. First and foremost though, is peace of mind for me. Anytime I fill out a document that asks if I'm a felon or been convicted of a felony charge, I see that and it hurts. It hurts a lot. I regret what I did. I've never done anything like that again. I don't feel that I am a felon, but I'm labeled that way. And technically I am a felon. I'd like to obtain a passport. So maybe I could take my wife on a trip out of the country, south into Mexico or something like that. I'd like the ability to vote. I don't believe I'm able to vote as a felon, or that's the impression I'm under anyway. And I'd like to go hunting with my son. I've never been able to go hunting with my son. He's an avid hunter and he hunts all over the country, Arizona and Colorado and northern Wisconsin mostly, but I've never been able to experience that with him aside from bow hunting. I also have 4 male grandchildren who I'd like to be able to share those experiences with as well.
Thank you,
I
Mr.
think that's about all I have to say.
Great. I'm going to open it up for questions from the board in just a minute, but I want to speak to something that you said because it is a misunderstanding that we hear a lot, and I want to just clear it up for everyone who is maybe watching today on Wisconsin Eye, which is in Wisconsin, you are eligible to vote, even if you've been convicted of a felony, as long as you're no longer on probation or parole. So I would urge you to look into that a little bit more because it sounds like you may indeed be able to vote here in Wisconsin. So I just want to put that on your radar and just note that we hear that a lot from pardon applicants, that the information out there about that is not great.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, and then I will open up for questions from board members. Judge Cremers.
So in 2000, good afternoon, sir. In 2016, it looks like there was a harassment restraining order issued against you, and in 2018, a temporary restraining order for domestic abuse. Can you tell us what those situations involved?
Well, first of all, the one in 2018 was something that my daughter pulled on me. I caught her doing drugs, and I was in the process of disciplining her, and I grounded her for 2 weeks. She ran away from home and would not come home. So I got the police involved, and they told me that they were going to contact her and let her know that if she didn't come home, that they were going to go pick her up the next day and bring her home. Well, she rushed down to the courthouse and filled out a restraining order, trying to get a restraining order against me, her father. And she wrote it out in all lies. Nothing in the restraining order that she wrote up was even remotely true. I fought over a year trying to get her back home, but she continued to do drugs. The woman that she was living with, she was actually dating this woman's son, and he died from an overdose. And my daughter continued living with this woman. The court was very lenient on her. They gave her drug tests. She failed every drug test they gave her, and we couldn't get her straightened out. They eventually just let her stay with this woman out in O'Connell Walk, and I was fine with that until we met up again. But
Okay, I got that one. What about
okay, the other one there? I had been out at a bar a couple of blocks away from my girlfriend at the time's house, and I didn't feel comfortable driving home. So I went to my girlfriend's house and I was banging on the door, and her son came to the door with a shotgun in my face. So I peeled out of the driveway and headed for home. I probably shouldn't have been driving, but I did get pulled over and I did receive a drunk driving charge that day. I was very displeased and angry that she would do that to me. We had been dating for 6 or 8 months at that time. So I kind of blew up her phone and said a lot of crappy things to her that I shouldn't have said. And I haven't been able to tell her I'm sorry about that. I am sorry for what I did. And I did end up getting convicted of drunk driving as a result of that evening.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Other questions from the board? All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Budson. Appreciate your time this afternoon and hope that you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you. To have a great weekend.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Jeremy Schaefer. Mr. Schaefer, we're ready to hear from you. And Cindy, I believe you're recused on this one. Yes. Okay. So Ms. O'Donnell will not be partaking in this applicant's hearing, but Mr. Schaefer, we are ready to hear from you.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, good. So first of all, thank you for this opportunity. Happy Friday. A little bit about my offense first, my crime. It was 1996, and it was about 6 weeks after my 17th birthday. It was myself and 2 other young men robbed a small convenience store here in Dane County. I deeply regret that choice that I made, and I'm thankful that that day didn't turn out any worse than it actually did. Because in reality, we went into a store with a gun, and that situation wasn't scripted. I'm thankful that no one was injured, and then also within an hour after that, we were arrested, and we still had the handgun in the car with us, and we were pulled out of the car at gunpoint, and so I'm just very thankful that that situation wasn't worse than it was too. So I know there were really 2 sets of people that my actions deeply impacted other than myself. First of all, the 2 store owners whose store we robbed that morning, I can't really begin to imagine what it was like for them, physically and emotionally that day, and then, what they had to suffer after the fact too. And the second group would be my parents. I was raised better than that. I know I disappointed and let them down, and they're good parents. So good parents don't generally, they don't put undue weight on their kids' shoulders. They try to protect their kid. So I don't really know the full extent of, what their suffering was, but I'm sure it was massive. A little bit about my sentence and how it went. I received a 5-year sentence in prison. I was actually the first 17-year-old automatically charged as an adult when that law changed in '96. And so as a result of that, for maybe the first year to year and a half, I was the youngest person wherever I went. So I would describe that time as very physically and mentally exhausting. I just had to stay on my toes. I was young, I was tiny, I was an easy target. So, I just had to take care of myself. And right about that time in my life was when, I stopped being an extrovert, and I've been an introvert pretty much ever since that experience. So that was definitely a change. While I was in there, I did take advantage of some programs. I attended and completed criminal thinking, anger management. I got my HSED, and I was granted parole after 3 years, and I was released pretty much physically unscathed, aside from this slightly bent nose. And then I had 2 years of extended supervision, no police contact during that time. After release, I kind of lacked direction. I was happy to be free, but I didn't really know what I was supposed to do with my life. But there was just through a chance encounter, I became reacquainted with the one that got away. And she was a girlfriend that I had when I was younger, and it ended badly. And I wish that it hadn't ended the way that it did. And so when I had my second opportunity with her, I took it. And she was really the first purpose that I had after, after I was released. When I was with her, I started to be able to visualize a future, like what my future could look like. And she encouraged me to invest in myself. So at about that time, I was working a factory job in Middleton. I was doing 4 10-hour days, Monday through Thursday. And I enrolled in Edgewood College. They had an accelerated degree program for adults. And so I would do that 2 to 3 nights a week for a few years, from 5 to 9 p.m. And I eventually obtained my bachelor's in computer information systems. I graduated in 2012. That same year, I got my first software engineering position. And then we got married. So it was kind of a big year for me. In 2013, we bought our first house, and 5 years later, she gave birth to our son. And together, those two are my purpose in life right now. From a professional perspective, I have been with the same company for about 8 years now. I've had 3 promotions in that time frame, and my current position is lead software engineer. I like what I do. It's challenging. It's fun. My days fly by. My opinion is trusted and respected. I make myself always available for my colleagues. I'm approachable. I often mentor junior devs, junior developers, just because I have more experience than them. So that's how I've been professionally. And as far as the reasons for requesting this pardon, the first one would be, I really want to protect and safeguard my family's financial stability. And so the company that I work with was recently acquired by a larger company like 1.5 years ago. And there were no layoffs up until about 4 months ago. And then there was a pretty significant layoff. And the majority of the people that were let go were from the original company that I've been working for. And it's rumored that there's another round of layoffs coming. So I think if that were to happen to me, I do things to protect myself from that. I keep my skill set updated. I make sure I'm relevant at the company. The things that I touch at that company are important to the company, so I feel pretty safe. But no one's anybody can be laid off, basically. So if that were to happen, I think having a pardon on my record, would help to offset the felony. And as I understand it, the severity of my crime doesn't allow me to ever ask for my felony to be expunged, even if I was to get this pardon. But like I said, I think having the pardon would help any potential employers feel good about my character and how I've progressed in life.
Thank you, Mr. Schaefer.
Yeah.
I just want to see if we have any questions from the board for you. Any questions for Mr. Schaefer? Judge Cromers.
So can you tell me why you decided to give your gun to your partner in crime when you went into rob the place?
I gave him the gun because he wanted the gun if he was to, well, I didn't want to hold the gun. and I didn't want to be responsible. I didn't want to take part in the robbery like that. And he wanted the gun after the fact. So I said if he did it, he could have it.
I'm not clear. I mean, you were going in to do an armed robbery and with your gun, right?
Yes.
Okay. But then you gave the gun to your buddy because if he held the gun, he could keep the gun after the robbery?
I honestly can't explain to you why, but thinking back, I was it all happened literally the night before was when we began to talk about it. And
Okay.
it was, I don't know if there was a real reason at the time why.
Okay.
He just
All right.
volunteered, and I said he could keep it if he did it.
All right. Thank you very much.
Any other questions for Mr. Schaefer? All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Schaefer. I appreciate your time this afternoon, and I hope that you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Tanya Luckett. Ms. Luckett? Or I'm sorry, is it Miss Wright?
Well, now it's Miss Wright, yes.
Okay, great. Miss Wright, we'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My crime was fraudulent writings of a corporation. I was the owner of a small family daycare. And at the time, I had a daycare parent that said she worked different shifts and that it was okay to put her children down so she wouldn't lose her benefits and her childcare because she would pick up different shifts. And with that happening, when Milwaukee County did the investigations for childcare, well, my daycare fell under that as far as fraudulent writings. And at the time, as a owner, I should have known the rules better than what I did, and basically it was false records. And I understand that was my responsibility, that I should have known my rules and regulations as a child care provider. And so with that being said, doing that was like one of the biggest mistakes I ever have made. As far as employment, it has had its ups and downs. I was working for a child care learning center, and they became under new ownership, and the licensor at that time said I could not work for that child care. So I basically quit because I didn't want to get the business in trouble or anything. And then another job that I had, I worked there for probably about 4 years. They became under new ownership, and we had to redo application. And with my background, it also stopped me from working from that job also. Oh, and I'm sorry, I didn't mention, I forgot to mention that also I had 2 years probation, which I completed everything, paid everything that needed to be paid off. And currently I'm working at a facility, or at a manufacturing company that manufactures medical equipment. And I like the job. It's very stable. It's in Menominee Falls, and it's something that I see myself doing for a long period of time. Things that I had done in the community, I also, I'm sorry, I'm nervous. I volunteer for a church. I volunteer for the elderly. I help out with serving food. I do yard sales with them. A lot of mentoring with the young youth in the church. Also, I wanted to mention that even though I'm not into the daycare field, I am still 95% in most of my daycare parents. I'm still in their lives and their children's lives. And some of these children have had their own children. So I'm still active with them. I also still talk to people that know that I had a daycare, and they ask me for my advice on opening a business. And the reason why I feel like I should have a pardon, one thing that I didn't mention on my paperwork is my father. He always had said, well, he said it one time, that you should always keep your name clean. And I was probably like in middle school, didn't understand what that means, but now I do. And keeping your name clean plays a big part of your life, and I have experienced it. And I basically want the pardon just to have that relief off you, that your name is not labeled as a felon, and just would like to advance with more of mentoring and child welfare, anything that has to do with children.
Thank you, Ms. Mcke. We'll see if the board has any questions for you. Board members? Judge Cromers.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
According to our records, there are some delinquent tax warrants for you from all from Milwaukee County, totaling $58,000.
No, I am currently paying on those taxes right now.
What do you owe? What do you think you owe?
Oof, I know it's not 50, but I want to say it might be about 20. I'm not for sure, but I have been working with a lawyer working on delinquent taxes.
Are you on some kind of a payment plan?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And then as to the crime itself, you knew that by putting down the name of a child who in fact wasn't there, you were going to get money from the state, right?
Yes, I did.
So it wasn't just this saving this other parent's spot.
Yes.
It was
Yes.
you were making money by falsifying these records.
Yes.
Okay.
I did know that part, but like I said, the information that she told me was that she just didn't want, because she was picking up different shifts.
Yeah, I understand her motivation, but your motivation, you were making money by doing this as well. Okay.
Yes.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Wright? All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Wright. I think that covers it, and appreciate you taking the time to share with us this afternoon.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Eric Martin. Mr. Martin, we're ready to turn it over to you.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Hello.
Let me introduce myself. My name is Eric Martin. Lifelong resident of Racine, Wisconsin, born in 1979, youngest of 10 siblings. I'm here seeking a pardon for a 1997 felony conviction for fleeing and eluding law enforcement. I really can't speak to my 17-year-old logic as to why I did what I did, but the situation was I was sitting on a city street in front of one of my aunt's houses with a bunch of my friends and cousins. We were sitting there congregating, hanging out. And I was sitting in my car. I knew I wasn't supposed to be driving. My license was suspended. And I had all types of different issues as a juvenile delinquent. A police officer rode by us, looked at us pretty slow. I looked at him. He rode by. We were parallel to each other, facing the same direction, going north. He rode past me. As soon as he passed me, I pulled away from the curb to get out of the area. And out of my periphery, I could see that he was making a U-turn to come and get me. I panicked. I had recently had a daughter. I had recently gotten my first job, and I had been in and out of trouble for like the previous 3 years. So I just panicked, and for some reason, I thought I could outrun the police. We went on a chase for like 4 blocks. I jumped out of the car, attempted to flee on foot. The police caught me, jacked me up, took me to jail. was sentenced to 90 days in jail and 2 years of probation. I completed both successfully. As I stated, I was employed at the time. I had recently got my first job at McDonald's. Since then, I've just basically just been living life. I have 2 daughters, which I raised. I had sole custody of them, raising myself. When I went to jail, it ended up being sort of a gift and a curse, because it kind of kept me on a straight path. I finished high school from a Huber program in the Racine County Jail. So I would go to jail at night, go to school during the daytime, and then that job, they allowed me to go to that job in the afternoons and then go back to jail at night. But that strict schedule kept me on task with my academics. I was always a good student, but for some reason around 15, 16, I started to veer down the wrong path. I mean, I'm from the central city. I mean, I really don't have any excuses other than that a lot of what I did was what I saw. It was like normalized. So, I just, for some reason, thought that being a bad guy would work out for me. But after I graduated high school, I moved in with my sweetheart, who I met at that high school after I had was allowed to, finish school at the Huber program. We're still together today. She's my wife now. She helped me a lot with my kids. We ended up moving in with each other in 1999. We purchased our first home in 2002. And I've always, like I said, I was working at the time of the offense. I was 17. I couldn't get too much, I was just trying to move around and advance as much as I could. I ended up working at McDonald's till I was 19, switched jobs, went to a National Tire and Battery, which was a company owned by Sears, which is now defunct. They ended up going out of business. I ended up taking a position at ACMI in Racine, Wisconsin. It's a medical equipment company. I've been fortunate enough to maintain employment this whole time. They ended up going out of business they didn't go out of business. They moved to Minnesota. They gave us the opportunity to apply for our jobs and go to Minnesota, but I wasn't making that kind of money to where I wanted to relocate. So I took another position in Sturtevant, Wisconsin, at a company called Drive Source International. I came on sort of as like a grunt guy, like a worker, just run around and do what needs to be done, working in the warehouse, helping out the shipping lady, logistics and whatnot. And then she left the company, and then the opportunity opened up for me to take over what she was doing as a logistics coordinator for that company. In that position, I gained a lot of skills. I learned a lot regarding supply chain and different things to do with logistics. In 2010, I decided to further my education. I applied at Gateway into the business management program. I ended up switching from business management to supervisory management, thinking that it would be more beneficial for me in the role that I was in. So I finished that program in 2012. Just kept working, just living life. And around that time, my grandma passed, and for some reason, I decided that I wanted to be more selfless and try to help out in the community. So my family, my brothers and my sisters, we started like a small group, a collective. I still envision one day making it a 501c3, but I'm not, I don't really have the knowledge and experience to do that yet. But to gain that knowledge and experience, I joined a board of a nonprofit here in Racine. I'm on the board for the Volunteer Center of Racine County. The Volunteer Center is just what it says. It's like a hub it's a hub of resources for different organizations in the community that need help. A lot of it is geared towards seniors, 55 and up, but we do have the Youth Volunteer Corps, which are teenage volunteers that they go around and do all kinds of different stuff. They help out at different nonprofits. They just cleaned up the homeless shelter here in Racine. They printed T-shirts for the Volunteer Center. They do all kinds of different stuff in the community. They have a thing called Rock the Block in the summer, where we go and fix up a neighborhood in the community. I mean, we're funded, we're government, we give different grants and funding for the program. I've been a part of that since 2001. I mean, no, 2021. I'm sorry, 2001. I was 20 years old. I've been doing that. I just enjoy doing it. Just being involved in the community and trying to help out wherever I can. I mean,
Mr. Martin, I don't want to cut you off, but could you finish up what you're saying and then turn to quickly why you're seeking a pardon? And then I just want to make sure we have time for board questions.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. So yeah, basically this is just saying what I'm doing in the community and whatnot now, and just trying to advance and try to help out. I'm seeking a pardon because right now I'm a freight forwarder. I work for a company called DSV out of Milwaukee, and as a freight forwarder, I work for an independent contractor that's employed by the government. My goal is to become a customs broker or an entry rider and work directly for the federal government. But in order to do that, I mean, felons you can't work for the federal government with a felony conviction. The second part of why I'm seeking a pardon is that 17-year-old me and 45-year-old me are completely different people. I've grown a lot. The only thing that I have from 1997 is that felony conviction. I don't have anything else from 1997. So I just want to advance, I just want to be able to pursue any opportunities without, any restrictions. And that's just pretty much it. I just self-actualization, just want to get it off the stigma of having that felony conviction and people's predetermined perception of you when they see that on your records.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Board members, any questions for Mr. Martin? No? All right. Thank you, Mr. Martin. Then I think that covers it. And thank you for your time this afternoon and sharing with us. Hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
You too. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Nathan Smith. Mr. Smith?
Yes.
There we are. All right, Mr. Smith, we'll turn it over to you.
How you doing?
Great.
Good afternoon. By the way, my name is Nathan B. Smith, and we could start by saying that I was convicted of a burglary felon. I think that's how you say it. And back in 1983, and I know what I did was wrong, and I can't do anything about that. I mean, I apologize for what I did. I went to a place of business and violated these people's place of business. I took several different items, alcohol, cigarettes, stuff like that. Stuff we were like, me and my friends, that's all we were all doing, just being stupid. And when I got convicted for it, I mean, they asked me about anything. I was just, I was not pleading like I was an alcoholic or trying to find some reason why I did it or say that I didn't. I just owned up to what I did. And they sentenced me for 1 year, and it was just probation. I didn't do any time for it. And the reason why I'm seeking a pardon is I just want to do some things with the wife now and like maybe go on a cruise, something out the country or something if I could, That's basically about it for me.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Let's see if we have questions from the board. I have one for you to get us started, and then we'll go to Cindy.
Yes, ma'am.
I know this is a long time ago, but when you were discharged from probation, it looks like you still owed about
restitution.
Yeah, almost $2,000 in restitution. Has that been paid?
Yes, ma'am.
You paid that? Okay. Cindy.
Thank you. Mr. Smith, you, as part of the application process, people are encouraged to submit letters of support, and you did not submit any. Can you tell us why not?
Oh, I did not submit any letters of support. And I didn't I didn't think that the letter of support, I wasn't trying to sugarcoat anything. I was just being straight up with you. And only thing I did was doing a little coaching and stuff like that. And you could just get a little certificate or whatnot, and a couple of trophies. Other than, no, I can't explain why I didn't send one.
Okay. One other question. It looks like you were placed on 1 year probation, but then you absconded. Is that true?
That is true.
Why?
The reason why, how could I explain this? I just say that I was just stupid. Didn't want to do right. That's what it was. That's
Okay.
why. I just didn't want to do right.
Okay, thank you.
That changed in life.
All right. Other questions for Mr. Smith?
Yes, ma'am.
Anything from the board? Anthony?
Nope. Well, I think I was just going to say I appreciate your honesty, Mr. Smith. And I feel like you kind of talked about it a little bit, but if you could just talk about like who you are now, a little bit more, as far as
Now?
yeah, who you are now,
Okay.
who you
Well,
are now. Thank you.
well, I've been married now for 25 years. I have 3 kids, two sons, 1 daughter. All of them about to be over 40. I have 5 grandbabies. My wife, hey, I thank God for her because she deal with me. She put up with me. I worked with Bauer Sign Company for the past 30 years. I coached a little bit for a few years. I say maybe 10 years. I coached. For the past 15, I haven't. I wanted to get back into it a little bit, but then they start asking about felonies and stuff like that. So I couldn't get the license anymore. I wanted to get back in, but I was, it's really not, a priority anymore because I just want to, I'm getting close to retirement time. So I want to do travel with the wife, stuff like that. So, but other than that, I mean, it's been good for me. Oh, church. I learned to be a little respectable in the neighborhood. I mean, I wasn't back then. I grew up a lot,
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much for your time this afternoon, Mr. Smith. We appreciate it and hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
And I thank y'all for taking the time out for me.
Thank you. All right, our next applicant is Kevin Tim. Mr. Tim, we'll go ahead and turn it over to you.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for spending some time with me. It's been a long wait, and I just appreciate your time. So my crimes all occurred within the years of 2004, 2005. I was in a bad marriage. She convinced me to drop out of school because she thought it would be better for my career. When we ended, I turned to substances. I was homeless. I had made the wrong friends. I know I'm supposed to speak to how it impacted the people, but there's no way to talk about that because I impacted everybody. Literally, we were our crimes were against businesses, and so because of that, everybody's insurance rates go up, and so it really impacted a lot more people than just the businesses. My accomplice Joe was not able to pay his restitution, so I paid his and mine. What has happened since then is I reconnected with my high school sweetheart. We we initially met when I had cancer in high school. She was supportive back then, and then I went to college and lost track of her. When we reconnected, she made me promise never to be in a situation again. And so we have 2 kids now. Raina is 10. Caden is 16. They're my life. I'm emotional because I read the letter that my wife wrote about me about 20 minutes ago. And I just can't believe I'm lucky enough that she feels that way about me. The reason that I want this pardon is because I have a new addiction. I volunteer. And the more things that I do for my kids' school, the bigger things that I achieve, the more I'm addicted. And they're going to graduate, and I want to make a bigger difference. And schools aren't big enough. I want to do more in public service, and I want to make a grown-up wage. Right now, I work at Walmart. I graduate from school, which they're paying for next week. And once I graduate, I will be a little more employable. And if I can get this pardon, that will only fuel the flames of my productivity as an engaged citizen. I have a whole document here, 600 words long, that I was going to read to you. And I just, yeah, I mean, I can't even speak to my disruptive behaviors of the past because I don't know that guy.
Thank you, Mr. Tim. Why don't we just turn over to the board for questions, and we'll give you a minute to catch your breath there. Understand it can be really emotional for a lot of people.
I'm not used to talking about it because I haven't for so long.
Yeah, absolutely. Does anyone have questions for Mr. Tim? Judge Kremers.
Good afternoon, sir. Was there something in 2006 where you were required to register as a sex offender?
Yeah. So, basically, my current wife is who that was with. She was underage, and I was just freshly 18. And we were caught in a public park together.
Okay. And were you convicted of anything?
Her parents came to the police department and asked that the charges be dropped. And so to my knowledge, that is what occurred.
Okay. And now you're married to?
Yeah, very, very happily married.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Tim? Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Tim. Appreciate your time and sharing your story with us this afternoon, and hope that you enjoy the rest of your day.
Thank you.
Thank you. Our next applicant is Christopher Gillespie. Mr. Gillespie, do we have you with us on the phone? Oh, there we are.
Yes, I'm here.
Great, we'll turn over to you.
Good afternoon. My name is Christopher Gillespie, and a brief summary of my offense was I was charged with theft from a business setting, which I pled guilty to. In 1994, my ex-wife hit a tree. She was intoxicated and had my oldest daughter in the car. I filed suit for that. My daughter had some severe injuries, and I invested that money through Payne Weber. And when times were hard for me, I used some of that money to pay for living expenses and things that I was not supposed to. So that was my offense. Prior to that, I had no criminal history or contacts with law enforcement. In fact, I worked in law enforcement for 13 years. And then after that, I went to work for a Fortune 100 company in Neenah. and they sent me or paid for my grad school, and I went to school and started a litigation support company, which I run now. And my company works all over North America, and I have 10 consultants that are working with me. And other things that I've done since the completion of my sentence, I grew my company a lot since 2002 when it started to now. I also have done a lot of community service with my church. I put in a network for them for a computer network, and worked with them with all their IT issues. And the reason that I'm seeking a pardon is because my company has been doing a lot of work in Canada, which I can't participate in due to the fact that I have a felony conviction in Wisconsin. I'm not allowed to enter Canada on a work visa. So if I was granted the pardon by Governor Evers, that would allow me to perform work in Canada, which is a big area for our services right now.
Thank you, Mr. Gillespie. Questions from the board? Cindy.
Good afternoon, Mr. Gillespie. Just want to comment on the district attorney opposed and noted about the restitution issue, and you wrote a rebuttal letter.
I certainly did.
Which, so can we, and understanding this is a year and a half ago too, so things have changed, but I think what you objected was the DA saying you only paid $13,000 when you'd actually at that time paid about $55,000. But right?
That's correct, ma'am.
Okay.
And I'm in an agreement right now with the Department of Revenue of Wisconsin, and I paid that every month. You can verify that. I'm paying $500 a month, and I also currently help support my daughter who was the victim of this. So,
yep. No, and so I think clearly you showed you paid more than the $13,000. I think the DA and you agreed at the time you still owed about $40,000. The amount owed was pretty accurate, I think, at the time.
Right. I just objected to the fact that he made the statement that I had paid only 13, right, and that and you know I had met all my obligations, and you know I have had no law enforcement contacts other than my friends that are in law enforcement, because I have a good community of them because I worked with them for many years.
Right. No. Okay. I just wanted to make sure, you know, and that was, as I said, in 2022, but I see that. I think there was a correction and also maybe an agreement about what was still owed at that time. And also note that your daughter, who's a victim, wrote a letter of support for your pardon. So, okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Gillespie? No. All right, I think that covers it then. Thank you. Sorry, yeah, Judge.
So how long have you been paying $500 a month?
Since the time I was involved in my probation, Your Honor, and also when this was converted, when Judge Bissett ordered that this be converted to a civil judgment, it was placed with the Wisconsin Department of Revenue, who also imposed a large fee for taking this over, and an interest percent, which increased the amount. And since then, I have been making my payments, which are agreed to every month for $500, and I'm still doing that now.
Since when? What year?
Since I was released from probation in 2016.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other follow-ups? All right. Thank you, Mr. Gillespie. I appreciate your time and hope that you enjoy the rest of your afternoon.
Thank you, ma'am.
All right. Our next applicant is Cheyenne Sucker. Ms. Sucker, if I'm saying your last name correctly.
Hi, guys.
Hello.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for taking the time to be able to speak with me this morning. My name is Cheyenne Sucker. Back in 2011, I was convicted of a felony theft of movable property for over $2,500. limit to 5,000 and with a misdemeanor of theft of movable property that was under the felony limit at that time. I deeply regret my actions and understand the severity of my offenses. Going through the sentencing process made me realize how much my actions impacted not only my life, but also my community around me. It was a wake-up call that brought a significant change to the outlook of my life. I learned firsthand the importance of my accountability and taking responsibility for the actions of my choices. Since my conviction, I have dedicated myself to building a stable and meaningful life. I'm a full-time employee who strives to be an honest and productive member of society. In addition to my full-time work, I work a part-time job on a farm doing what I love, working with horses. I have made it a priority to foster a supportive family environment for my partner and my young son. Every day I strive to be the best mother, partner, and person that I can be. Me and Craig have been in our relationship now for 8 years and have brought a beautiful blended family together at this time and just continue to do so. I'm an active member in several community events and support groups around the area of Oconomowoc, focusing and empowering and helping others who experience hardships similar to mine. I have learned that positive actions can build stronger connections and bring hope to those in different situations. I humbly ask for a pardon, as it will open up different doors to opportunities that will benefit not only myself, but also the community. I've learned valuable lessons from my past mistakes. I will obviously never repeat any of those and have continued to work through that with continuing on with counseling and being able to have all of that there. A pardon would allow me to pursue additional career growth, ultimately providing a brighter future for my family. I'm wholeheartedly apologetic to the actions in the past, and I'm devoted to using the second chance as a means to continue both for my path of for both personal and professional development. Thank you for taking. Oh, it's okay. Sorry. Thank you for taking your time and consideration for my request. It would be a very powerful and meaningful step forward and a fresh start, enabling me to be able to move forward and give back to society in ways that I currently am limited.
Thank you, Ms. Secret. Questions from the board? Cindy.
I'm just trying to figure this out. So did you have a separate misdemeanor in Dane County in 2013? That from a business? What was that about?
That was theft of business at that as well. I had stolen money out of the cash register for the employer that I had worked for at McDonald's. Right away that day, the next day when I had gone in for my shift, I had presented that money and then some. At that point, I had been put into Dane County, where I had been on probation at that time, and my probation officer had extended my time on probation after writing a letter of recommendation or a letter asking for recommendation from her at that time.
So your probation on the felony case got extended because of the misdemeanor? Yes. Okay. Yes. You were on probation in Dane County?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
no, in Dodge County.
In Dodge County. Okay. And then, so was that the only penalty for the 2013 misdemeanor extension of your probation? You didn't get jail time or anything else? You just got your probation.
Yep. They pulled me out of jail that day and extended probation.
Okay. And how'd you do on probation after that?
From there, I was bounced around a couple of different times on probation in Dodge County. At that point, I had landed with Nina, and she was absolutely phenomenal. She gave me quite a few different directions in being able to just look forward to my future.
Okay.
And then at which point I was bounced to another person, and I can't remember her name. I just remembered that she was very soft-spoken and just had an air about her that just, come on, don't disappoint me. Let's get this done.
Good. I'm glad that was positive for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the board? All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Sukkert. I hope that you enjoy the rest of your day, and thank you for taking the time to be with us today.
Thank you guys very much.
Thank you. All right. Our next applicant is Brett Katrell. Mr. Katrell, are you with us in the Zoom? I think I see you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can't quite see you. There we go. Perfect. We'll turn it over to you.
Hey, my name is Brett Katrell. I have a felony for breaking and entering in 2002. I was 17 years old at the time. It was just a couple of me and my friends hanging out at nighttime. We live way up north, Wisconsin, in Lakewood, Wisconsin. We were just driving around at night, had nothing to do. Drove up on my principal's cabin, and we all decided to kick in the door and vandalize the cabin. I'm not going to lie about it. It's just what we did. I know it was wrong. We knew it was wrong when we did it. It was the dumbest thing I ever did in my life. I would never condone my kids ever doing anything like that, or even ever wanting it done to myself. I got sentenced to 120 days in jail, 3 years of probation. I completed my sentence, completed my probation. I think I was done early from probation. Since then, I don't know what else to say. Since then, I been working, doing everything I was supposed to do, and I got into a car accident, and I broke my back. I was ejected, broke my back, and I ended up getting put on pain meds, which pushed me into a long downhill spiral for a long time. I was getting addicted to pain meds. I got married during that time. She was also addicted to pain meds at that time. We ended up having 2 kids. I got a DUI before we had kids, and then after we had kids. In my last DUI, I knew I was done. I always dreamed of, it sounds stupid, but dreamed of being the normal average Joe, going to work, paying my bills, taking care of my kids, and not being addicted to pills and having to wake up every single day and worry about where I'm going to get my next high or where I'm going to be able to feel good because I don't have any pills. So when I got put into jail, I knew my wife at the time was not going to probably quit doing dope. So I got out, I divorced her, moved on with just working every day of my life, getting clean, stopped doing dope, stopped doing drugs. Fast forward another 6 years, my ex-wife now, on 2021, I think it was, 2 days before Christmas, she overdosed on fentanyl and heroin in front of my kids. So I ended up gaining custody of my kids. I went to court. I got full custody of my kids. I've been staying clean. I proved to the county and everybody that I'm clean. Basically, I just live for my kids now. I don't have a lot of time to do a lot of like community work and voluntary work. I work as much as I can, and I spend as much time with my family as I can. I didn't have a great family life growing up. I was abused mentally, physically, and I just want my kids to have a life that I wish I would have had. So, I mean, I live in a small community. There is some stuff like they have benefits for people, and we all volunteer. We all get together, help set up, and do whatever we have to do. I don't know what else to say about it. The reason I really want to get a pardon is just to show my kids that, yeah, I was a bad person at one time, and now I'm trying to correct everything I did bad in my life. I have 2 OWIs, I have a felony, I was a drug addict for a long time, I have custody of my kids now. I just want my kids to understand that you can make mistakes and you can fix them. It takes a lot of work, but you also, like, take a look at my life. Just do the right things and do good, and just the best way to live, I guess. I don't know what else to say about it. I'm trying to do everything for my kids right now. I just want to prove to my kids that I'm a good dad, I'm a good person, and they're going to have a good life with me, and I'm going to do whatever I can possible to make that happen. And I think a pardon, it would just be one of those things off my record. It's the last thing I really have to take care of in my life that's like a stain from what I've done in the past. And I know it's all my fault. I know everything that I did was because of me and my actions. I never blamed anybody else for it. And yeah, that's about it.
Thank you, Mr. Katrell. Questions from the board for Mr. Katrell? Cindy?
Yeah. Hi, Mr. Katrell. Congratulations on your sobriety. You report you've been sober since
trying out of beta
20.
curly advanced. Mine.
But
I think Cindy's having some background noise for a second there. I think she was asking about your sobriety. It said in your application that you've been sober since 2015. Is that where you're going, Cindy?
Yes, thank you.
yes, ma'am. I've been
How do you
sober.
maintain your sobriety?
In all honesty, the best way I can tell you is the most ultimate high I've ever had in my life is the ride I'm taking right now. And it was pretty wild. My community, it's a small community, so nobody really, they knew what I did, knew what I was about, and nobody really wanted anything to do with me at all. And when my wife overdosed and I was trying to gain custody of my kids, it was amazing how many people came out of the woodwork to like help me and be there for me. And they all like realized how I cleaned myself up and how I've been trying to do good. And like that high right there is the one thing that keeps me going every day. My kids, looking at my kids, knowing that my bills are paid, they're fed, they got clothes on their back. I mean, whatever their basic needs are, I can meet them. And that's the high I live on. That's what keeps me going sober every day.
How old are your kids now?
I have a son, he is 13 years old, and I have a daughter, and she is now 9 years old. My son is Wyatt, and my daughter is Delilah.
Nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Other questions for Mr. Katrell? All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Katrell. Hope that you enjoy the rest of your day, and thank you for taking the time to be with us this afternoon.
You too, and thank you for taking the time to let me explain my case. Thank you.
Thank you. Our last applicant of the afternoon is Peter Anthos. Mr. Anthos, we'll turn it over to you if you're ready.
Hello, I'm on audio. I don't have Zoom.
That's okay. We'll go ahead and do it by audio then, Mr. Anthos.
Pardon me?
We'll go ahead and turn it over to you then. Phone is okay. Do you need me to repeat the questions
Okay.
or anything like that?
No. Basically, I lived in Milwaukee all my life. Was born and raised there. In 2000, my wife and I were divorced. I was 49 years old. I vacated, but I kept working, paying support. A year later, in 2001, I was 50. I had an employment agency. Found me a job in Wausau, Wisconsin, doing engineering. I've done engineering, drafting and design work ever since high school. That's my career. And the reason I wanted to go to Wausau is because my parents moved there in 1971, along with my younger brother and sister. And at this point, my dad had died in 98, and my mother was well into her battle with Parkinson's disease. And my brother and sister are up there raising families, working, and she was in an assisted living center, not a nursing home. And they were very stressed out doing that, and I'm away from my family, and I just thought I'm needed up there. So I got an employment agency, found me a good job at Merrill Iron and Steel in the engineering department. And I went up there to help out and work, and everything was fine. That was early in December of 2001. But in January, there were some post-divorce hearings, and sadly, I had to take off of work at 5 in the morning and drive from Wausau to Milwaukee to get to a hearing, and when I got there, my ex-wife's attorney had dismissed it, so it was for naught. And then there was a piece of real estate I owned, and we're going to have a closing, and I took off of work to come down to that, and, well, my lawyer said they walked out before I got there because they don't like the numbers, and this just continued. When you get placed at a company through an agency, they send you there for 90 days, and the company decides if they want to hire you, and they told me they liked my work, but your problems in Milwaukee are just too much, so we're not going to hire you. So here I am in Wausau with no job. And I couldn't find anything in engineering, but I got to do something. So I ended up working at Home Depot answering phones, but it was very menial money, like $9 an hour. In the meantime, I'm not paying support. I know it was foolish, but I should have went right to Milwaukee and told them that, you know, I need to modify my support order because I'm unemployed. But I didn't do that. I thought I would just get more work and catch up right away, but I didn't. And when I got the job at Home Depot, it was so little, it was barely enough to live on. So I do admit I went over 4 months without paying any support. no doubt about that. I wrote in my application, and this is true, that ignorance is no excuse. But you could have knocked me over with a feather if you told me that being late on support was a crime. I mean, I just was stunned. They asked me to come to the courthouse to talk about it. When they put me in handcuffs, I couldn't believe it. I thought it was like if you're late on your taxes or something, you pay a penalty and some interest. I was amazed. But I mean, I did fail to pay the support, and I got a public defender. Of course, I had no money for a lawyer. And he says you can plead your case for your sentencing, but you are guilty, and it's best just to plead guilty, no contest. And that said, I had no criminal record at all, so I went along with it, and I pled guilty. And I got 4 years, 1 month of incarceration, and the remaining 47 months on extended supervision. With an order for the next 4 years, I've got to catch up on all the arrearage I had. And that's fine, and that's what I did. And my sentence just carried on that way. Unfortunately, you can't get work in engineering or any kind of high-level thing like that when you've got that kind of thing on your record. In fact, I had an engineering job in Watertown when I got sentenced, and the first time they garnished my wages for the Huber, they said, "That's it, you're out of here." So I had jobs like delivery driver and driving a cab for $8 an hour and working at an auto parts store for $9 an hour. But I kept doing that, and to survive myself and pay my current support and pay this $4,000, I think, in arrearage, it was a struggle, and I tried, but I could not catch up with that arrearage. They extended my probation for 2 years, which is fine. As long as I don't have to go to jail, I'll just keep working, and that's what I did. And I eventually got everything paid off, and I was released in October of 2009. I still had some support, but that was current support and some arrearages to pay, and I finished that on August 11th. So the sentence was a little longer than what it should have been, but there was no incidents, and I paid everything off, and I'm free and clear. And I decided to retire at the age of 62 in 2013 because I was having problems with my legs and things, and it turned out I had type 2 diabetes, and it was worse than I thought. And since then, I have had artery surgeries. I've had a stent in my right leg. I've had groin surgery in my femoral artery. They tried to fix my left leg, but they couldn't do that. They did a vein reversal. They used my vein for my artery, but even that didn't work, and I had an infection in my foot, so I got part of my left foot was amputated. So I am pretty much as you can say I'm disabled right now. I'm retired. I'm living in a little apartment. Everything is fine. I'm just bored to death, and I would love to get out of here and just do something. I feel like I'm alone here, but the thing is, I can't stand behind the counter at Quick Trip or stock shelves or anything like that. I've got to do something clerical, something at a desk. And I've done online applications, and believe me, I know when they see the check mark on that felony box, that application goes right in the garbage. Not only that, I mean, one of the reasons I'm asking for the pardon is the shame. I mean, it's so horrible, my siblings and everything, for me to be a felon. It's shameful. I don't even tell people about this. And the thing is that I'd like to try to find some work, even part-time, just to do something. First of all, I'm living off Social Security, so it's not exactly the lap of luxury. I got a 30-year-old car, and I applied at one of these elderly housing places in Mayville, one of those 130-year income type places. And it's a very nice place with elevators and all of that. But the thing is, they saw felony and they said nope. And that's the reason. That's our policy, and no dice. So I would like to clear that up. And I'd like to get out and do some work. I have no much interest in guns. I used to hunt a lot. My dad died in '98, and I hunted with him. And when he died, I kind of had no stomach for it anymore. I sold all my guns way back then. The only thing I thought I might like to do, I'm retired and just nothing to do here. I wouldn't mind going to the trap range, shoot some trap. But apparently you can't even have a gun in your hands if you're a felon. And the thing is, everywhere you go, this is like a tag on you. I mean, felony, it's just the word. It has such a stigma to it. I mean, I didn't hurt a person. I didn't steal anything. I didn't damage anything. I didn't sell anything illegal. There's nothing involving booze or drugs or nothing. I didn't pay some money. I fell way behind. I understand now it's a crime and I went overboard, but I don't think that I'm a threat to society. But when they see felony on anything, right away they think of as thievery or violence or something like that, and I just want that cleared off.
Thank you,
that's
Mr.
why I
Antros.
want
I
a
just
pardon,
want to
please.
open it up for the board and see if anyone has questions for you, so we make sure we get questions answered. Does anyone have any questions for Mr. Antros? Cindy.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Mr. Antros.
Yes.
As part of the application process, it's not required, but people are encouraged to submit letters of support, and you did not submit any letters with your application. Can you tell us why not?
You know, it doesn't really occur to me, but I guess I would say I would be too embarrassed to ask anybody to do that. Real simple. It would be too shameful. Like, I don't tell anybody about this. It doesn't have my siblings know about it. I wouldn't go to anyone and do that. Too degrading.
Okay. And my second question is, in the application, you're asked to describe in detail the crime for which you're seeking the pardon. And in your statement, you said, my ex-wife and everyone knew my address and phone number. What did you mean by that?
I just meant as far as people trying to evade their child support, that was not my motive at all. I went to Wausau to care for my mother, and I wasn't trying to hide. I didn't try to leave the state. I wasn't trying to dodge it. I mean, any support that I know I have to pay it back, but I mean, I was right out there where I was living in Wausau and helping my mother, and everyone who knew me knew where I was and what I was doing.
Gotcha. Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Mr. Antros, one question for me. Do you have a relationship with a child that you ordered to pay support for today?
No. A part of the divorce, my wife informed me that I'm going to tell these kids never to speak to you again, and she was successful at that. I have never spoken to either of these kids since 2002. They want absolutely nothing to do with me. They were teenagers then. Now they're in their 30s. I don't even know them. And I wish it were otherwise.
Any other questions for Mr. Antros? All right. Hearing none, thank you, Mr. Antros. I appreciate you taking the time to be with us this afternoon and hope you enjoy the rest of your day.
Well, thanks to all of you. Thank you.
Thank you. That was our last applicant for the afternoon session. So at this point, I will entertain a motion to move the board into closed session pursuant to Wisconsin statute section 19.85 sub 1 sub A, D, and F for purposes of deliberations concerning specific cases before the board and considering specific applications, financial, medical, social, and personal histories of specific persons. Do I have a motion? Judge Kremers, do I have a second? Anthony, all in favor? Aye. All opposed? All right, we will move into closed session. And I will ask board members to just give me a moment to make sure that we're able to stop the live stream.